Hello. Welcome, chatters and viewers. I guess there are also non-chatters. So, I'm currently deciding what I should blow my tax return on. I have a guitar that I want to buy. I also have a microphone that I want to buy. I also have like clothes that I want to buy, but I don't know. It's like a whole thing. I had to pay money to the federal government because I made too much stonks on my investments. It wasn't a lot of money that I owed them. It was only like $500 or something like that. $1,000? Like $500 to $1,000, and then got $1,000 back from the state that I work in and $1,000 back from the state that I live in. So you know, that's like net 1K, and like that's a pretty good amount of money to just like blow all of it on like a very silly purchase. So you know, I'm currently on guitarcenter.com and like sweetwater.com just window shopping. So it's tough out here. I mean, it's not tough out here, but like sometimes you just feel the need to go shopping. Sometimes I just feel the need to go shopping. So yeah. Americans who are watching, I hope you remember to do your taxes before the deadline. The deadline's in like a week. Shopping is like cheaper therapy? Yeah. Incredibly true. Unless your health insurance covers therapy, which I'm not sure if mine does. I think, I don't know, for most Americans, if you're like middle class, I feel like it low-key doesn't really matter if you do your taxes right. If you're within like some margin of error and you're not like egregiously evading, then like the IRS isn't really gonna come looking for you, right? Because it's literally not worth it for them to do so. Or something like that. I don't really know. Speaking of capital gains, today, oh boy! Anyways, let's get started. We're gaming. We're not gaming. Video game never shows up when I change the scene. Please! There we go. Let's be on with our lives. Oh, this guy. I don't remember his name. It's been a week. What's his name? Simeon Saint. A timid young man who seems an unlikely murderer. So he didn't do this one, is what we're getting. It's March 28th? No, it is not. 3:02 p.m. Detention Center Visitors Room. Hi Spiny, welcome. And Jaylani also, and Seon. I hope y'all are doing well. You withheld information from me. Why? Yeah, I didn't withhold anything, or at least I didn't mean to.
Okay, so you are a member of the Very Big Circus, right?
No, I mean, yes, but no. I'm not really a member. I'm still new. That's irrelevant. You're still a member! He's so cooked. Oh, he's dead. Rip Bozo.
Let's try this again. Why didn't you tell us?
Because it would have looked so suspicious, me being a performer in the circus show. Okay, you absolute buffoon, it's even more suspicious now that you didn't tell me. And me being friends with Bronco. I thought that if anyone found out, nobody would believe I was innocent, not even UK. I thought I'd made it clear that I believed in you. But, well, when you stare at me like that, I get so terrified. You're a real smooth operator, aren't you, Miles? Any other client scaring tips you want to share? You're not really helping, Fender. And at this rate, it sounds like we really will need to question him about everything all over again.
So what do you do at the circus, Simeon?
Animal tamer, kind of. I'm still learning the ropes.
That's so cool. Do you get to train lions and tigers and bears and stuff?
Lions, tigers, bears, oh my. No. I work with this little guy. The monkey! That's Acro's monkey. Looks pretty tame to me. So you're not exactly a tamer. More like one of those old-timey organ grinders? Not now, money, I'm trying to- oh, you little scamp. Money. What in the ratatouille is this? Something tells me it's the organ grinder who's being monkeyed around. When we spoke to you before, you said you worked at a company. I was telling the truth. The circus really is a company, and we all have titles and everything. The ringmaster's the CEO, and I guess you call me a gopher. The ringmaster, not to be confused with Regina's dead dad. I even have a line manager. She's the head of the animal taming department. It's part of the showbiz division. Holy crap! What is this? Corporate ass circus? Is this what Mo Curls has done to it after the previous ringleader died? Oh my god. They've really got the division of labor. She's such an inspiration. There isn't a creature in the world who can give it to do her bidding. Heh, even Miles here? I'd like to see somebody whip him into shape. I am not some kind of creature, Fender. So, this line manager, was she working with you on the show? Regina does another murder. Yeah, so it was just us too. It was not that big of a drop compared to- okay, yeah, blah blah blah. She's really one for- yeah. She's performing. But I did have a bit part this time. So only 2 members of the circus are relevant to this case. Alright, talk me through your movements here at the facility. Sure, I came to see Bronco around noon 2 days ago. And that was when you brought him the chess set? Yes, and that same evening I started work on setting up the stage in the yard. He's so pathetic. God, what a boy failure. It was so hard. I had to haul everything in by myself over multiple trips. What? Why is he pulling it? It's got wheels? Just push it from behind? We are in agreement that pushing is easier than pulling, right? They let us use one of the rooms in the prison for storage. Workshop A, I think. Workshop A, where Knight's body was found.
You mean your boss didn't help you?
Oh no, I can never ask her to show us. The monkey's work is my job. Once it was all set up, we did a run through, and it must have been all midnight by the time I left. Next morning, I was back and ready for the show. We started. Okay. They performed until 10. So Mr. Saint was the only one of the pair to have entered the room where the body was found. And Knight's body was found immediately after the show had ended. Do you have any idea why you were arrested? And why so quickly? I've never seen a guy get booked so fast. Surely even Lil Winner Lil Winner wouldn't just pull somebody in on a hunch. Never underestimate the power of an underdeveloped intellect. I think I might know why. When I was moving all the stuff, I went to go see how he was doing. Bronco, I mean. Oh no. Just lock him up, honestly. Like, damn, that's tough. I feel like I wouldn't want to prosecute him, but he deserves to be prosecuted by someone. But you just seen him earlier the same day. Why take the risk? I've known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. I knew he'd be feeling lonely, that he'd want someone to talk to, so I had to go see him. Huh? You don't have any family? For a while I had my dad, but he passed away when I was a little kid. Losing one's father as a child. I know that pain all too well. Is this a throwaway line, or is this going to be relevant in future cases? Is this man a recurring character, or is he just trauma dumping for no reason? Like, I feel like that clown girl would have trauma dumped for no reason, you know? So it's hard to tell.
He's just like you and me, Mr. Edgeworth.
There was nobody else nearby when you went to see him? No, the other holding cells were empty and I didn't see any guards. Well, somebody must have seen you or you wouldn't be in here. Oh no, no, I must have bad, didn't I? So the assumption is that something happened while the two were alone together. I mean, if you went to visit, shouldn't there be footage of it? Because there's the camera outside of the night guy's cell. At least I imagine that would be Winner and Judge Gavel's thinking. In any case, I think we'll need to speak to your boss next. I heard she's supposed to be around today too, somewhere in the yard. Tell her I'm sorry, won't you? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I let this happen.
Sure thing, Simeon.
Oh, Simeon. Did I say Simon? I might have said Simon. Simeon. Oops. Oh, Simeon kind of sounds like S-I-M-I-A-N, like monkey. Is that why his name is Simeon? It's because it's like monkey?
We're here for you. Is there anything— if there's anything else we can do, just say the word.
But I mean, that is. There's nothing I can do for you in return.
You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all. Right, Miss Edgeworth?
Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you. And we will get you out of here. This feels very out of character for Edgeworth. Why is he just trusting this man? Well, what do we have here? A gosh darn defense attorney, that's what. Bravo, big guy. Oh, he's just LARPing as Phoenix Wright. Okay, understood. Never mind. He just looks too much like a wimp. That too. I can't believe I'm saying it, but you even reminded me of your old man for a moment there. I did? From the Book of Gregory. An attorney is a friend to the friendless. Simeon, me, Bucko, this guy will suffer any hardship for your friendship. Things are gonna be Shipley, I can't read. Shipley amazing. Why? He's so cringe. This is like the childless friend of your dad who's like really trying to be your friend. Not in a creepy way, just like get some friends your own age, my guy. I didn't realize Talk Like a Pirate Day had come early this year, Fender. Well, that's just the thing. You'll never know when a pirate will strike next. Anyway, kid, you want some candy? No thanks. I don't like sweet stuff. Oh, huh. Bummer.
I wouldn't mind a nice chip myself. A great thief's galleon for the Dread Pirate K. Yahar, me hearties. We'll sail the 7 seas together and claim the greatest treasure of all, the truth.
Shiver me timbers, you two will be the death of me. Come on, let's set sail for the prison yard, but no sea shanties on the way, please. Edward's got jokes now. They're kind of nerdy, but that's something.
Look, the shutter's open.
That's the way out to the yard, I believe.
Let's get to take a look. Come on, what are you waiting for?
Someone's excited. Prison yard. So this is the famous yard. The circus performance was taking place here just before the body was discovered.
Check it out! It's like the backdrop to some epic festival.
Most of the prisoners were assembled here when the body was discovered, which means that anyone who saw the show has an alibi. Alright, time to take a look around.
Eek!
Okay.
Stop hitting me! Help, Mr. Edgeworth!
Cease and desist! You beast! That's crazy. Stay, Azia, stay.
Who's that?
Oh, it's Regina.
You found a new friend to play with. Good for you, girl. Play with? Your elephant nearly ate me. No way, she'd never do a thing like that. Azia doesn't even bite, at least not very often.
How did they make her even more of a child than she was before? Like, before she already looked 5, and now she actually looks 5. She reminds me of a Bratz doll. So she does have a taste for human flesh?
How did you like meeting a real live elephant up close? Aren't you glad you did? Yeah, glad I didn't die. But you did have fun, right? Right?
There, sweetie, don't cry. She had a wonderful time, didn't you, Kay? Don't mislead the poor girl, Fender.
She did? Oh, I'm so happy.
Here, let me make it up to you. How about a hug? Why does this bitch want to hug everyone? It's odd. You are like a 30-year-old, 30? 40? I don't know how old he is. How old is this man? Yeah, you are like a 35-year-old man. Stop trying to hug everyone. Keep your tongue to yourself.
Aw, another new friend. Isn't this just the best day ever?
I am Associate Defense Attorney Miles Edgeworth.
Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I haven't even introduced myself. I'm Regina. It's so nice to meet you. I'm Kay, Great Thief Extraordinaire and Mr. Associate Defense Attorney's Great Associate.
This self-introduction brought to you by the word convoluted.
And your elephant's newest friend is Mr. Fender, the defense attorney. Oh, she's not just any elephant. That's Azia, the Asian elephant. Azia stopped the second you told her to. You really have a way with animals, Regina. Well, I wouldn't be much of an animal tamer if I didn't.
I hate Regina so much.
What? So you're Simeon's boss? That's right. Regina Berry, head of the Animal Taming Department, Showbiz Division, Berry Big Circus. It's so lovely to meet all of you.
The pleasure's all ours, mademoiselle. Name's Eddie Fender. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. What is... I just can't stop thinking of that one Willem Dafoe thing from Spider-Man. Hi, Mitsu. Welcome. So much for whipping me into shape.
Yes, she's perfect!
What are you muttering to yourself about, Kay? Mitsu, thank you for 2 consecutive years of Tier 1. 46 months total. Almost 4 years. That's insane.
That positivity, that charisma, that energy. Regina, you'd make a perfect partner in crime for the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Great Thief? That sounds like fun. My animals and I have stolen the spotlight quite a bit in our time. That's the one thing we don't want to steal. Gotta keep it on the down low, all stealthy ninja-like. But where's the fun without a show? The down low sounds like it might get me down. Bummer, I think we've got a fundamental difference of opinion going on here.
It would indeed appear that negotiations have broken down. Maybe next time, Kay?
Well, Miss Edgeworth, let's get cracking! Too bad we can't see much of what's beyond that metal fence, though.
Indeed, and we're in sore need of information in addition to evidence. Therefore, we should make an effort to talk with any persons of interest as well. Okay. If you're the head of the animal taming department, you must be Mr. Saint's boss?
That's right. My dad founded the Berry Big Circus. He passed away. He was murdered.
No way, really? That's so crazy. Oh my gosh. Who murdered your dad? Was it that one acrobat in a wheelchair? From case 2-3, everyone's favorite case in everyone's favorite game, Justice for All. Brought to you by Francisca von Karma's whip.
I'm sorry to hear that. But we have a new ringmaster now, and he's made the circus bigger and badder than ever. He is such a nice man, and he was a good friend of my dad's too.
Oh no, it's Mo.
Wow, that's great. Like you. I know, right? It was his idea to set up departments like animal taming, magic, and ventriloquy.
Oh, so true, ventriloquy.
Only animal taming and ventriloquy have more than one person right now.
So magic is literally just Max Galactica?
But the very big circus is getting bigger and better day by day. Sounds like you guys are really going places.
They're getting on well, I'll leave them to it. How old is she now? Is she legal yet? No. Okay. Well, why did I phrase it that way? Can you tell me about the show?
Oh, it's a wonderful thing. It even has a story. And not just any story. It's a love story. Isn't that dreamy?
Sounds like a regular riot. So who's the star of the show? Let me guess. You?
No, silly. That would be Azia. And she falls in love with none other than Regent the Tiger. It's a heart-rending saga of forbidden interspecies romance.
Interspecies romance? The last time I heard the word interspecies, it was in an anime title. Whoa, Nelly, I've heard a couple... I've heard of odd couples, but that takes the biscuit.
And that's not all. There's a love triangle too. It's so romantic. That sounds pretty incredible, huh, Statuette?
So the elephant is the heroine? I suppose there's a first for everything. Yeah, we've also got the ship-shape aquarium swashbuckler spectacular featuring an orca as the main character. But I do suppose that this would be the first time. And who's the third wheel?
Oh, that would be the big old meanie who tries to tear our star-crossed lovers apart. Oh, what animal do you think it is, Mr. Edgeworth?
Given that it's a circus, perhaps a lion?
I think a raven would be cool, like the Yasugarsu. Nope, it's a sneaky monkey.
That's certainly lowered the stakes.
Oh, you mean money, right? Nope, again, the role of the monkey is played by Money's far too small to play against Azia and Regent, silly. Anyway, the evil villain tries to tear Azia and Regent apart. What will become of the fated twosome? It's so exciting, isn't it? Oh, wow, it sure is.
So Mr. Saint was more than just the little helper he claims to be.
Poor Simeon. It'd be terrible if he couldn't perform with us anymore.
Can you tell me about how you set things up for the performance? I will get some water. I will be right back. Doing these girl voices, kinda tough. Okay, hello. Oh, that's not what I meant. What is that? It's SpongeBob! Okay.
Oh, that's not really my area. Simeon took care of all the lifting and carrying. He is such a sweetie. He offered to do everything by telling me to concentrate on the show. I did see him doing something near that well, though.
Oh well, I recall seeing one behind the stage. I'm back at the circus. What's up, Radical Cup? Yes. This nuisance is back on the screen again.
You should have seen him moving those huge cages around all by himself. He's a total hero.
Is her dad still alive in this one? No, her dad died 1 year ago.
Yeah. Sounds like something he would do.
Weeping all the while.
He was going back and forth between the yard here and some sort of workshop with all the equipment. The prison gave us special permission to use it for stage. But he was the only one who went down there, so I don't know much more than that.
The workshop must be the one where Knight's body was found. I guess this confirms that Mr. Saint was the only performer to have gone into Workshop A.
Well, this sucks. All we're getting is information that works against us. You have to help Simeon, Mr. Attorney. We're all counting on you. Just leave it to us. He may not look it, but Mr. Edgeworth knows how to get things done.
And what exactly is he may not look it supposed to mean? Oh, what's this guy doing here?
Today? We just talked to you earlier, Mr. Sawit. What did you just say?
How are you today? Oh, it's the same day. Okay, you idiot. Oh heavens, I do apologize. Ever since I came to call this place home, I've been working on my interpersonal skills, you see. Okay, in order to be as annoying as possible, I'm currently helping out with the circus show stage, tear down and clean up. But if you have need of me, I'll do my utmost to help. What did Regina do? I think she's just stupid. Like, I don't know. Oh, they're in prison, yes, but Regina's circus came to the prison to put on a show. I'm just chipping in and doing what I can, model prisoner that I am. Yes, my stay in this prison has seen me reborn! The Frank saw it, you see, before he was a changed man! A changed man who now targets the recently deceased? No, you misunderstand. That was just a moment of madness.
A moment of madness. Ugh, you're a disgrace to all thieves everywhere.
You're right, of course. I can't deny it. I still have a long way to go. As a thief? Anyway, as you can see, I have a shiny new bracelet now. Just a straight and narrow for me. Like I say, I'm a model prisoner. Okay. Vocational training. I'm doing everything I can to prepare for my eventual return to society.
Yeah, you even skipped the show to focus on your training, didn't you?
That's right, only 2 inmates were absent, Sawit and Canis. Why didn't you tell us about Mr. Canis sooner? Look, I don't think there's an inmate in this prison who talk about him if we didn't have to. He's, well, you could say he's the real one in charge around here. You didn't hear it from me, but, well, I guess it comes with being the fixer. The fixer. Yes, anything you need, he can get it for you.
But how does he get away with it?
I'm not sure, but he's the only one who does. I heard he has a secret way of getting things into the facility. I imagine being the fixer affords Canis certain privileges. Not that I consider myself such a thing, of course. It's perfecting my mud pack application technique. Mud pack? Mud treatment nutriment. Oh. For the animals. It reminds me of a certain piece of evidence with mud. Is it this? Glove? That's the glove he dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Oh, of course! That mud is from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened. Okay, around what time would this have been? Let's see, the show had already started, so around 9 AM perhaps. The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slathers an animal with— Okay, bro. I think the stress of prison might be getting to him. Of course, it's all thanks to the warden that we have access to such wonderful distractions. I'm eternally grateful, truly I am. Is this cult of warden? Okay, we don't have to talk to him anymore, right? Is there anything that I need to be, like, investigating? I don't want to talk to you. Fence. Elephant. An Asian elephant named Zia, and one of the very big circus's many animals. She certainly seems very fond of petting humans based on what we've seen. Oh. Well, most humans. Not Edgeworth! We don't get to see Edgeworth bonked on the head! That's so sad!
You can't just glare at her like that, Mr. Edgeworth. She'll think you're trying to show her who's boss.
Are you telling me she thinks I'm one of her kind?
No, just that she respects you, I guess.
How comforting.
Danger, high voltage. I never saw one of these in real life. Hey, that must be the fabulous garden outside the warden's office over there.
Yes. Warden Lagarde mentioned being able to see it from her window on the detention center side.
Wish this dumb barbed metal fence wasn't in the way, though. I thought it was all one big yard.
Given how protective the warden seemed of her little bit of earth, I imagine it's to keep riffraff like us out. There you are. Is it the warden? Regina, Cupcake!
Oh, Warden Lagarde.
I've been simply dying to sit you down for a chat, you exquisite little thing. We just talked to her? Pog. Do you mind if I ask a little bit about the prison? Oh, not at all. This place is my pride and joy, my home. Sure, it was a prison when I first arrived, and it was awful, an utter disgrace. Awful? I suppose you mean the prisoners were unruly. I most certainly do not. They're angels, every one of them, and they always have been. No, it was the ambiance that was awful. I fretted, I brooded, and then it hit me. The animals. If anyone could brighten up the place, it was them.
It is nice having them around.
Isn't it just? And now look at my fabulous little family. Why, my darling Frankie is the very picture of rehabilitation. This is... That's just a taxidermied scarf. That you're just toggling to make it open up its shitty little arms. Except when he's rifling through— Oh, Frankie— Oh, Frankie as in Frank saw it? Frank as in Frank saw— Oh, okay. Except when he's rifling through dead men's pockets. We have so many success stories among the family, but darling Frankie really is a marvel. He's thrown himself into his vocational training and is always the first to volunteer for everything.
What, and your other model prisoners don't do that?
Huh? Oh, of course they do, my dear, of course. They're all such triers, such doers. It's just that Frankie, let's say he knows what's good for him. Huh? What does she mean by that? Anyway, he's a very good boy, so do try to be nice to him, won't you? Loud, soaring music, great leaping animals, the very big circus truly has it all. And everyone who I can't read, and everybody who comes here gets to see it once a month.
Really? In that case, let me see.
She'd better not be thinking of something to confess to. This monthly show, is it always performed by the Berry Big Circus? But of course, sweetie. I'm Regina's biggest fan. That girl's my little princess, my superstar. She's so wonderfully talented. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. What the f- She just kissed that dead animal on the mouth. And she's so adorable, so sweet. I could gobble her right up.
You're not lying when you say you're her biggest fan, huh?
Which is why I'm worried about her. So worried. It's all because of poor Simeon, you see. If he's found guilty, why, darling Regina will be devastated. That fox is dead? I mean, perhaps not, but like, it's effectively a taxidermied stuffed animal, I feel. So you simply must make sure that doesn't happen. Mr. Lawyer, please, I'm begging you. If there's anything I can do to help you clear up this awful misunderstanding, you let me know. Okay. Is there anything else that I meant to click on? There are tarps. A simple, sturdily built well. Sturdily. Blah, blah. A simple, sturdily built well. I wonder if it was the work of the prisoners.
Somebody's left a bunch of tools lying around. That's a long piece of rope and a pretty heavy-looking weight. Let's see, it weighs 30 pounds. Oh, and there are some pulleys too.
Okay, can you stop touching everything in sight? She's wearing gloves. It's fine.
Oh, come on. It's not like I was gonna take anything.
Oh, what exactly were they being used for, I wonder? Regina, darling, you put on the most splendid show for us yet again. The stage, the stars, and you in particular, my princess. It was simply divine.
That's so nice of you. I hope everybody else who watched enjoyed it too.
About that, dear, I'm afraid I have something awful to confess. There were some absences, you see. She must mean Candace and saw it. We were three members short. Unbelievable, I know. How will you ever forgive me? I'm sorry, but you're saying 3 inmates didn't attend the show? That's right, sweetie. I counted the seats myself. 1, 2, 3 no-shows. And I always make sure there are enough seats for everybody.
But Mr. Edgeworth, that's not right, is it?
Indeed, as far as we were aware. Mr. Candace and Mr. Sawit were the only ones not present. This doesn't add up. Who was the 3rd missing prisoner and what were they doing? It seems we need to investigate further. Oh, I was enjoying my chat with dear Regina so much I almost forgot. I must feed the little one. Little one? Clicking my stream tends to produce a watch streak. Thank you, Novelith. I appreciate that. Oh, the voice crack. Oh god.
Yikes!
The little one. That is a freaking alligator. Oh, I got it right. Let's go. Not crocodile. We take those.
Alligator!
You're looking as adorable as always, Allie, my sweet.
Aw, she's so pretty. And what a cute name.
Yes, Allie the alligator. Isn't she a darling? She's my favorite, aren't you? Yes, you are.
I'm so jealous. Can I pet her?
Of course, princess, of course. Boy, howdy. These two were made for one another. They look like they'll be busy for a while. Hi, Marcus. VA Thursday, happy day. Yep. Happy Thursday? Happy it's almost Friday. However, almost Friday means it wasn't Friday. That's tough. You know what? The age kind of matches up. Mother and daughter? Possibly? Regina doesn't have a dad, so...
Maybe we should, go back inside the prison and check the cells.
Yes, let's. Perhaps we can find a clue there as to who our 3rd missing prisoner might be. Sir, Mr. Edwards, sir. Oh, I finally caught up to you. Detective, you're not needed elsewhere? Nope, the judge and the kid aren't here yet. Oh, and I got your message. So you searched the victim's cell. Did you manage to turn anything up? You struck gold, sir. Well, blood anyway. It was right there on the floor. Only some tiny specks though, but at least it's something.
Yeah, it proves the holding cell was the scene of the crime, right?
Not quite. It proves a possibility, but it's not conclusive yet. I thought you'd say that, sir, which is why I ordered some follow-up work. I asked forensics to analyze the blood and see if it matches the victim's. They're on as we speak. All you know is that alligators are supposed to be the slightly more chill version of crocodiles? Probably like the difference between black bears and grizzly bears. I believe you. I don't know very much about either animal, so like you could feed me any misinformation about like reptiles in general and honestly just animals in general and I would believe it. Detective, I must say I'm impressed. Did you hit your head or something? Gee, don't look so surprised, sir. I just hope things continue to go in our favor. Alrighty, so that's proof that the murder happened in the detention center, and for our next trick,
We'll find out how that dog got over there.
don't worry, you can leave that one to me. Did I know steaks are made of alligator? I know that there are people who eat alligator meat, and it makes sense that there are alligator steaks, but I wouldn't necessarily say that all steaks are alligator. Or that steaks in general are made of alligator. Until the kid and his chaperone get here, we've got the whole prison to ourselves. That's why I brought my secret weapons along. Is it the same secret weapons as from DL6? That's right, fuel tools of the trade that have helped me bust more than a few cases wide open. Behold, 7 secret weapons of Dick Gumshoe, ace detective extraordinaire. Well, I don't know about you crazy cats, but I'm sold. Miles? Very well, detective. We'll try using your secret weapons. You got it, sir. I'm running through the list. Secret weapon number 1, my trusty old metal detector. Metal detector! Yeah! Yeah, metal detector! Woo! It was made of steel, silver, or scrap. This little guy right here will find it. So, it detects metal. Very good, detective. Hey, Edgeworth, that metal detector saved your ass, alright? You would be dead, or like in prison if not for this metal detector. Come on, bro. Put some respect on its name. How does he afford seven secret weapons? Sponsored by the police department, perhaps? And yeah, nostalgia indeed. Next up, secret weapon number I can't read. Secret weapon number 2, missile, everyone's favorite crime fighting canine. You can track pretty much any scent you put in front of him, especially food. This is the one that ate all of Larry's hot dogs, right?
He sure is a lot cuter than Mr. Candace's dog.
Now for secret weapon number 3, where'd I put it? Is it the fishing rod? Yeah! Am I one snapper short of a school, or is that a fishing rod? Don't tell me we're going fishing for clues. No, I mean, I just happen to have it with me is all. I see. Well, onwards and upwards, detective. Let's see what else you have. That's all she wrote, sir. 3 is not equal to 7.
Gummy, you're 4 secret weapons short of your soul code 7, and one of them was a fishing rod.
Sorry, but that's all for today, okay? I'll, show you the rest next time. There's gotta be no next time. I refuse to believe that there's a next time. Why do you think I call him secret? Guy can't go just sharing everything at once? That's crazy. Okay, bro. In that case, I suppose the three you've deigned to reveal to us will have to do for now. You knew it, he can't afford 7. Your free trial of Gumshoe has expired. Which one are we going for, chat? Missile? Alright. Got it, sir! Hey, Missile, here, boy!
Aw, he really came.
So, where are we tracking? We're trying to find out how Mr. Canis' dog got to the holding cells in the first place. I suspect the same route was used to bring Knight's body back to the prison. So we give the pooch a sniff of the body.
And he'll find that route for us.
Does anyone else smell something sweet? All I smell is the odor of blood. It's faint, sir, but it's there. Almost like cake, maybe? Why would the body smell of cake? Okay, Missile, get a noseful. Here we go. Follow that dog. Wait, was Missile actually the correct option? That's the way to it. He's headed for maximum security.
Uh-oh, he's going in.
Then we'll just have to follow after him. This is Candace's cell, although the man himself is absent, it seems. Is he meeting with someone in the visitor's room?
Do you think Missile's on to something?
Shh! Looks like maybe he is. Woof, woof, woof. Is there something here?
Let's get snooping, Mr. Edgeworth.
Huh? There's food. Is it the food? Tea and rice crackers. Mr. Canis certainly doesn't lack for comforts.
I can't think of worse ways to spend my time in jail than drinking tea and playing chess. I thought this was maximum security, not maximum comfort. How come nobody else gets the special treatment?
Or I can think of worse ways. I can't read. What kind of maximum security is this? Yeah, with like 5 weapons. Just out. Complaining to me isn't going to help. Perhaps you could take it up with the man himself?
Yikes, no thanks.
This one has a bell on it.
Look, Mr. Edgeworth, that chisel on the floor is a bit smaller than the others.
I'm no woodworker, but perhaps it's an all-purpose one that can be used in a pinch regardless of the job.
An all-purpose pocket chisel. Makes sense. Always nice when your tools are useful and easy to carry.
Is that your opinion as a thief?
Nope, it's my opinion as a great thief.
I walked into that one. We got chess. Mr. Canis' chess set. Oh, this is Edgeworth. I'm so sorry, Edgeworth. Mr. Canis' chess set, complete with his special dog piece.
That's not a chess set, that's a whole chess table with legs. Looks like it might be worth something too.
It's not inconceivable, some of them are, and this is quite a nice one.
I never would have pegged Mr. Canis as a chess fan though. What's with the whole Eastern aesthetic he's got going on? Oh, what? What's with the whole Eastern aesthetic he's got going? I thought he'd be more into Go.
Go, huh? Can you play?
I can play Go Fish.
Not the same thing, Kay? Not even close. Hammer time. Mr. Canis' chisels. Everyone's a potential murder weapon.
That reminds me of something. The furrows in your brow. When you frown, it looks like somebody took a chisel to your forehead.
I have no idea what you mean.
See? They're so deep. Don't tell me you don't see it, Mr. Wood Carving Phase.
Have you quite finished? Okay. Huh? What's the matter, boy? Wait, is this cake what you were after? Oh, woof, 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 woof. Whoa, down, boy. Stop that. Woof, 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 woof. No, you can't have it. Dogs can't eat chocolate, you know that. If you won't behave, I'll just have to eat it myself. Not bad. That's some real outside the chocolate box thinking there. Not sure everybody agrees, though.
Gummy, I wanted some.
Daring of both of you to assume the food in the prison is safe to eat. Well, daring or dumb. So anyway, it looks like it really was Cake Missile was tracking. Talking about a waste of time. I suppose we got our just desserts. Just deserts? Isn't it just desserts? With 2 S's in the middle. Oh wait, no, 1 S. 1 S for the phrase. For what you like, you get what you deserve. Never mind. I'm literally wrong. Oops. But the little guy's definitely capable, right? Sure he is. This was just a blip. You'll follow the right scent this time, I promise. Seek, boy. Woof, 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 woof. Woof, I think he's onto something. Whatever it is in there. Huh, Mr. Caserato's cell. I need to take a look inside. Detective, call the guard. Is there... I just want to talk to Polly. Thank you, officer. A question before we begin. Is the prisoner, Mr. Caserato, still in solitary? No, sir. He came back a little while ago. And he was here for the noon roll call. You guys must be on work duty someplace? Okay. Okay, sure. Open his cell. Oh, he really doesn't like the warden lady.
What breed were you again, Missile? Sure it wasn't a boxer?
No way. No way indeed. Quickly, detective. Move the sandbag aside. Yes, sir. Huh? Huh? Okay.
I'm going in too.
Wait, stop. Sir, I'll go get her. Oof, that's tight. Shouldn't have eaten that cake. He's gone. Well, I'm not going in there. Guess we'll just have to wait. Hello? Kay? Are you alright?
You're not gonna believe this, but we're in the detention center.
The detention center?
That hole, it's a tunnel that leads right into Mr. Knight's cell.
Another prison cell. This one includes drugs. True. Yeah, I mean, the warden, I think, based on the fact that all of this is just happening right under her nose at her own prison, looking kinda sus. Looking kinda sus. Don't go anywhere, I'm on my way. Oh, 4 PM detention center. They really just emerged from here? Okay.
Hey there, Mr. Edgeworth. Guess you could say we made a breakthrough.
Quite. At least they came out unscathed, I think. Sir, the floorboards under the bed were torn up. So that's how they did it. How did we not find this when we were in here the first time? Like, presumably the floorboards have been like this the entire time. So how... You know what I mean? Like, how... There's no doubt about it. This must be the route we've been looking for. The corridor connecting the detention center and the prison is locked down by heavy security doors. But with the help of this tunnel, it can be circumvented. It was a sweet scent that started this whole search. Could it be? That the scent was in fact coming from Knight's body after all? Probably a poster of Raquel Welch covering it. Is that a Shawshank reference? Is that the name of the model that was on, I don't remember his name. Was it Matt Damon? Who was the actor? Like, in his cell? Incidentally, Knight's body was covered in dirt. Dirt that might have come from being dragged through this tunnel. Okay, what was it like down there?
Well, it was pitch black, so I couldn't see a whole lot. Luckily, my camera has a flash, so I took some pictures.
So let's see what you've captured. Look at that. Spoons, a fork. Guess these were for digging the tunnel. That aside, are those footprints? Paw prints even, from a dog perhaps. Okay. This is a vital piece of evidence. However, it begs something of a question. It does? Mr. Carcerato has certainly been making use of this tunnel. Which means, Detective, we need to find out where Mr. Carcerato is immediately. If a person fit through there, those are some giant utensils. True. Comically large forks and knives for a comically anime prison escape. If my suspicions are correct. Huh? Aw, nuts. Oh, was Carcerato trying to escape prison? The guards were alerted and they began searching for Mr. Carcerato right away. After a thorough investigation of both the prison and the detention center, he was nowhere to be found. Oh, he just successfully walked out the door? You know what? Congrats, I guess. This warden's cooked. Like, fire her. In One Piece, after the breakout in Impel Down, in the prison happens, the warden got demoted. So, you know, she better not be the warden still, like, of this prison still, by the time the next case starts. Well, have the police been notified? Yes, ma'am. We just finished liaising with them a moment ago. They've set a cordon around the entire facility. Good. Ah, the first blemish on a prison's spotless reputation is always the ugliest. The first blemish? A murder happened on your premises, lady. What? What? That's so crazy. It won't happen again, ma'am. A rather different Warden Lagarde to the one we've seen so far. Mr. Edgeworth, was it? I really can't thank you enough for finding that tunnel, darling. Sadly, it may have been too little too late. It seems he might have already left the building. I'd say that's unlikely, Warden. After all, there's a security gate at the exit to the detention center. You're not suggesting he simply walked through it? What's to say there was only one tunnel, sweetie? I suppose that's true. Well, whatever the case, this is no time to be standing around chit-chatting. Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind continuing with your investigation? It would be my pleasure. And you three can get back to your posts! Yes, ma'am. Detective, the results of the blood test just came back from the lab. Thanks, pal. Okay, what do they have to tell us? Or what they have to tell us about the blood? What do they have? They've identified the blood and it is Knight's. Okay, so he did get murdered in his cell. Nice job, everybody. Teamwork makes the dream work, huh? We've got Knight's blood in his holding cell, a tunnel a dog clearly went through. and security footage showing Knight being attacked by the dog in a cell. Case closed. We have all the evidence we need. Let's see what Mr. Canis has to say for himself. Canis, oh darlings, are you sure? Do be careful around him, won't you? He's as well connected on the outside as he is in here. I suppose he would have to be. How else would the so-called fixer stay in business? The police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know. So that's what that was all about. The evidence about— oh, okay. I've tried so many times, lost count, was a yeah, okay. Killer for hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack. That was last time. You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation, is that correct? Well, yes, sweetie. Everything related to Candace is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled this secretive scoundrel to my office to talk to me. But no matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word. A prison warden conducting interrogations herself? That's irregular, to say the least. Let your guard down and he'll devour you whole! Be careful, darlings, you have been warned. Hoo-wee! In here I thought things couldn't get any spicier. Okay, onwards. Oh! Eustace is here. Hi, Eustace. Judge Cavell, I didn't expect to find you here. We have been conducting inquiries, which, given that we are in charge of the investigation, is hardly strange. What is strange is that you are still here, Mr. Edgeworth. I gave you a warning, did I not? I told you that your badge was at risk should our paths cross again, and yet here you are. I am sorry that you thought that I might be so easily discouraged, Your Honor, but I am not about to let the truth slip from my grasp no matter what you or the committee might say. I am here to present a certain someone with evidence that you yourselves should have uncovered. You have more business with me, I take it? Okay, yes, Canis. Yes, we do. I do. I promised I would be back to prove that you were the killer, and here I am. Huh. This should be amusing. Very well. Whenever you are ready.
Objection!
Not so fast. We have some truths of our own to share. First-rate deductions, in fact.
Indeed. We are now more certain than ever that Simeon Saint was the murderer, and that only he could have moved Mr. Knight from his holding cell to the prison proper. We shall prove this to you beyond a shadow of a doubt. But first, a question. Are you quite determined to continue on this course, Mr. Edgeworth? Should you fail to rebut our deductions, there will be no going back. Your very career hangs in the balance. What? You mean you'll take his badge if you don't like how this goes? That's intimidation! Not at all. If anything, I am showing him mercy. This is not Mr. Edgeworth's case, it never was, and I am under no obligation to hear him out. If he is prepared to accept the potential ramifications of his actions, I will allow him one last chance. Well, are you truly willing to take the risk? To put your beloved badge on the line? I can't tell if she's the bad guy, or if she's supposed to be the Longshalong of this case, or both? Like, is she our rival?
Mr. Edgeworth.
Sir! I accept your terms. I am confident of my reasoning, and what's more, I am representing the firm of Edgeworth & Co., and I do not intend to besmirch its name. You think she's evil? Yeah, she's got the scary organ music. Very scary stuff. My duty will be done, and I will not be intimidated. Very well. Let us see whether you are brave or simply reckless. By the power vested in me by the almighty goddess of justice. Oh yeah, she's got that weird religion shit going on too. What? Let this judgment commence. Eustace, if you will allow me.
Heh, fine by me. He's all yours, Gavel.
How Knight wound up in the prison proper. You... you are aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight the day before yesterday, I assume. He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys. Later, in the middle of moving a large animal cage, Mr. Saint stopped by Mr. Knight's cell for a little visit. That's when Mr. Knight stole out of his cell using the keys he'd stolen. He slipped into the cage and there he hid as he was wheeled to one of the prison workshops. What? When did he steal the keys? Okay, they have security footage from when they saw each other. This is at 10 p.m. Mr. Saint speaking with Knight at his cell. Correct. You will also note that he has positioned the cage in such a way as to obscure the camera's view. It is this blind spot that Mr. Knight exploited in order to enter the cage undetected. A sound deduction based on what can be observed, wouldn't you say? A blind spot, which means that the camera wouldn't have been able to capture the moment Knight entered the cage if he did at all. So it's still possible he didn't actually leave his cell at this point.
I don't get it. Why would Mr. Knight want to hide in the cage?
There's really only one possibility. He intended to escape.
A prison break. That's so cool. Mr. Casarato, Mr. Knight, everyone's doing it! I have to step up my game.
Okay, now is really not the time. Mr. Casarato's escape is no laughing matter. It is my belief that Mr. Saint helped Mr. Knight with his escape attempt. That is to say, he was his accomplice.
Wow, go Simeon.
That wasn't a compliment! I understand that the cage was briefly taken to one of the workshops. I imagine that had things gone to plan, Mr. Knight would have remained in the cage until after the show, and then removed from the premises along with the rest of the circus's equipment. Unfortunately for Mr. Knight, Mr. Saint had other ideas. He killed his friend in cold blood. Judge Gavel's argument seems reasonable. But there must be a fault in her logic somewhere, and I'm going to find it. You are aware of the incident? Yes, we are. Explain how, when, keys when. Keys when? Do you have any proof that Knight stole the keys? I can think of no other reason for him to carry out such a brutal attack. Once the guard he assaulted regains consciousness, I am sure he will confirm our suspicions. I wouldn't be so sure. Perhaps I should press her further on the reasoning? Sure, why not? Sorry, but I believe there is a flaw in your reasoning. If Knight had the keys, there was nothing to stop him from leaving whenever he wanted. Why wait for Mr. Saint? There was no need, surely. He chose the option he deemed most likely to succeed. He stole the keys and hid them somewhere, then waited for an opportune moment to present itself. He hid the keys. I am afraid he might have made an uncharacteristic oversight, Your Honor. But Knight wasn't hiding any keys, this has been proving already. And this is the piece of evidence that proves Knight didn't have keys. What? Keys? Keys? Cause we haven't found them yet.
Take that!
Since you know about the incident, I assume you must already know this, but... After the assault, the guards searched both Knight and his cell and no keys were found. And if the whereabouts of the keys cannot be proven, then neither can your theory. I have considered the matter of the missing keys, and I do not think it's such an issue. I still believe he had them. After all, the guards only stated that they were unable to locate them. And this is because they were cleverly hidden inside the pocket chest set. Knight's chest set, the same set in which the murder weapon was also allegedly hidden. Was it? I can't help but wonder about that.
What? But you're the one who proposed it!
Actually, if you recall, that was Eustace's assertion. Just throwing poor Winner under the bus. Poor man. I feel bad for him. So the two of them aren't of one mind on this, I take it. Allow me to restate the facts. Mr. Knight hid the keys he stole from the guard inside his chest set. When Mr. Saint came to see him, Mr. Knight used the keys to open his cell and climbed inside the cage. He was then moved from his holding cell to that workshop in the prison proper, all with the help of his friend and accomplice. Then why would said friend and accomplice and turn around and murder him? Explain that. Had things gone according to plan, he would have been taken out of the facility after the show. But they did not. Instead, his accomplice murdered him while the show was taking place in the yard.
Objection!
This doesn't make any goddamn sense. But Mr. Saint was a part of that performance. How would he even have had time to commit the murder?
Overruled.
Damn, overruled. Allow me to explain. As you know, many stage performances follow a set narrative. Yesterday's show was one such example. She's done her homework, I see. The suspect played the role of the antagonist opposite the elephantine heroine of the show. In the latter part of the performance, the heroine's love prevails and the villain is defeated. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage by the heroine. He's sent flying by the elephant?
Isn't that dangerous?
Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance. In other words, the suspect did not appear on stage for a period of approximately 15 minutes. And you're saying the crime took place during that time? Yes, I'm afraid so. Where's your updated autopsy report to prove it, huh? After all, it's more than a sufficient window, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
Committing the crime and returning to the stage in that short 15-minute window is only possible, assuming that the murder took place in the prison proper. But in fact, Your Honor, the real scene of the crime was Knight's cell. I seem to remember telling you that I would not accept that part of the security footage into evidence.
Objection!
But the floor blood. Floor blood, floor not blood, floor no longer blood, floor was blood. This appears to be a photograph of a floor. Almighty Goddess of Justice, grant me patience. That floor you're so dismissive of, Your Honor, has traces of Knight's blood on it. Traces, you say? Is this evidence reliable? After all, I don't believe you have access to the necessary forensics operatives.
Objection!
Heh, I have my resources. A certain blunt instrument, you might say, but a reliable one. Blunt instrument? The detective, how very unfortunate for him. Perhaps before you decided to circumvent the law, you might have considered that the committee's influence extends to the police.
Oh no, now Gummy's badge is on the line too.
Forgive me, Detective, I didn't mean to put you at risk as well. I will enter the fact that Mr. Knight's blood was found in the holding cell into evidence. However,
Objection!
Bad luck, idiots. You're really on the edge now, Mr. Worthless.
Mr. Winner, I'd forgotten you were there. It was nice while it lasted.
I just butted in to tell you that your entire argument is one big inconsistent. Good one, Eustace.
Oh man, what a comeback.
Your entire argument is one big inconsistency. You showed us camera footage of a dog killing Mr. Knight in his cell. Are you saying the mutt also wiped the blood up before it left the scene? Uh-oh. What other tricks can it do, huh? A blood-wiping dog? You're a joke!
What? He just said that the dog would have wiped the blood up. Gigi's case closed? He did the murder?
What?
That was one of the tricks I taught him before I worked at— What the— Okay! Thank you! Pog! He's a very tidy boy, you know. Never misses the drop. It wouldn't do to leave any evidence after all. Eustace! Eustace, you poor buffoon! Can we get a live demonstration of that using Eustace's blood? Nah, I wouldn't wish bodily harm onto Eustace. He's just a funny guy. He's just a little dumbass. A very lovable dumbass. I don't know, he's kind of growing on me, but mostly just because he's so dumb. Saved by an assassin of all people. Jeez Louise, you could have taught the little guy just to shake hands. He can also shake hands. He might get redeemed. Yeah. I hope Eustace is like, I don't know, the— What's her name? Rafa Padma Karine or whatever her name is. Although the way I taught him to do it is somewhat unorthodox. First he bites down hard on the victim's hand, then—
La la la, I'm not listening.
I see. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems you may have gathered some evidence worth considering. Your understanding is much appreciated.
Wait, I'm not done yet. I just thought of something else.
Shut the fuck up, Eustace. Overruled. Oh boy, someone's taking no prisoners. Eustace, would you be so kind as to allow me?
All yours, Gavel.
Well, do you accept the truth now? The crime took place in Knight's holding cell, and the assassin's dog was the killer. Overruled. My position is the same as it was yesterday. Until you can explain how the dog moved between the prison and the detention center, I cannot accept your theory into evidence.
Hold it!
Tunnel!
Take that!
Take that. This is... It's a secret passageway. It runs beneath the prison.
What? A secret passageway?
It was dug by one Mr. Rocco Caserato escapee. It leads from his prison cell to a certain holding cell in the detention center. Yes, the very one where the victim was being held. Well, this is certainly a surprise. To think it was beneath our feet this entire time. Mr. Canis, you knew of this tunnel, didn't you? Because it's the same tunnel that was used to carry out the murder.
Overruled.
In the name of the goddess of justice. Overruled, Mr. Edgeworth. You are out of line.
Hold it.
How so, Your Honor?
Overruled.
Overruled. Evidence is everything, whether in a court of law or at the scene of an investigation. Isn't that your little catchphrase? Well, it just so happens that I have some evidence of my own. Bronco Knight's autopsy report. His autopsy report. Update that shit. When did we get that? How do you not know you had it? The police handed it to me only a short while ago. The findings are still preliminary, but it has something of value to tell us nonetheless. The goddess of justice speaks to us through these pages, Mr. Edgeworth. Cause of death, stab wound to the throat, and the weapon is said to be a sharp blade of some sort. It seems the victim was stabbed repeatedly in the same spot, resulting in an ugly wound. As such, the police have yet to identify the exact shape of the weapon. It's preliminary, so it's going to get updated, poggers! But its overall nature seems to be beyond question. It is a bladed metal instrument. In light of this evidence, do you truly wish to continue with your flight of fancy? Or will you now claim that the dog used a knife instead? That will be all. This court is adjourned.
Objection.
But the tunnel, the paw prints. You just wandered in. She was baiting me, waiting for the perfect moment to crush me with that autopsy report. I mean, you've done the same thing to Phoenix, right? So like, pot meat kettle, I guess. And I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. You are lead attorney for the defense, correct, Mr. Fender? This is the interim autopsy report in question. I do apologize for the delay. Yeah, no sweat. Thanks for hooking us up. Yep, this all checks out. Yep. Mr. Fender, a handshake is not necessary when receiving official court documents, you know. So please feel free to let go of my hand. It's not a holy relic after all. Was just trying to be friendly, No, it's weird! It's weird! Oh my god. Sorry, I really hate physical contact, like a lot. So this is just bizarro behavior from this man. Extremely odd. Extremely, extremely odd. Had you lingered a moment longer, the goddess of justice would have spoken to you through my gavel. Alright, I got it.
Nice work, Gavel. Just like we planned it.
I did only as you instructed, Eustace, but thank you. This report came from the police. I have no choice but to accept its legitimacy. But if the dog didn't kill Knight, then that takes Canis out of the running. The goddess of justice speaks to me, Mr. Edgeworth, and she is merciful. She tells me that you might yet keep your badge if you will finally abandon this fruitless quest. What's the move, sir? I think she really means it this time. What do you think, detective? My answer remains the same, Judge Gavel. I will see my duty done, and I will not be intimidated. Okay, we are investigating. Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Miles Edgeworth, Prosecutor's Gambit, still investigating. So true. Even with how things stand, you still refuse to concede. This may very well be your last chance. Your badge hangs by a thread. Then let it fall if it must. I have something far more important to protect as an associate attorney. My client. You tell him, bro. Tell him. Tell him. The goddess of justice is no doubt saddened by your refusal to accept another offer of mercy. Attaboy, Miles, that's what I like to see. Looks like the defense never rests is really starting to mean something to you. Credit to your old man, though. He's the one who said it first. My father? In fact, I could swear I saw Gregory's spirit in you for a second there. You said that you've changed since your days in Von Karma's shadow. I didn't believe you at first, but I'm starting to. Thank you, Fender. Alright, kids. This is where the rubber really hits the road. Put your thinking caps on, it's make or break time. If it's true that Knight was offered the bladed weapon, does their whole case really fall apart? A bladed weapon? Of course! There were 5 chisels in Candace's cell when we last looked. A former assassin certainly wouldn't struggle to commit murder with a tool like that. In which case, the weapon that killed Knight was... Have you quite finished? It would be in your best interest to concede. Evidence is everything. It may well be my little catchphrase, but it's also true. So the murder weapon was a sharp blade? Then where is it? The guards didn't find it. Why can't you let this go? So what if they didn't find it? What are you driving at? Huh. What if I were to tell you that I now know what the real murder weapon was, and it was right under our noses the whole time? Indeed, it was one of Mr. Canis's chisels!
Overruled.
Are we adopting the Phoenix Wright school of bluffing? I would advise you to stop bombarding us with your irresponsible half-baked theories, Mr. Edgeworth. You have repeatedly insisted that Mr. Knight was killed in his cell by a dog. I simply go where the evidence takes me, both in the courtroom and at the scene of the crime. If the murder weapon was in fact a chisel, then yes, the murderer could not have been the dog. But that begs the question of what exactly it was we saw in the security footage. Oh yeah, the security footage. How do you explain that, Mr. Smarty Pants? An excellent question. The footage shows the dog jumping on somebody. Mr. Canis's dog jumping up at Knight. The dog attacked Knight, but he didn't kill the man. He didn't. No, Knight was merely knocked out. The dog didn't drag a corpse through the tunnel, he dragged an alive but unconscious Knight. The real killer was the dog's master. Oh, I get it. By bringing Knight here, Mr. Canis could finish the job. And he could definitely use one of his chisels to do it. Correct. You, Bodhidharma Canis. You're the only one who could have done it.
Objection!
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, you ever get this on your report card? Refuses to listen, must learn to respect others. Are you asking me or confessing to what's on yours? We already searched Mr. Canis's cell from top to bottom, right, Gavel? Yes, we even inspected his chisels, all 4 of them. There are 5. There wasn't a single speck of blood.
Hold it!
Why, thank you, Your Honor. You have just confirmed my theory. I have? What exactly do you mean? The last time we were here, there were 5 chisels, not 4. Oh yeah, I remember counting them. Definitely 5. And the one that's missing is... the small one. The one we thought might be a pocket chisel. Mr. Canis, where did you hide that chisel? A pocket chisel? And what use might I have for such a thing? I am rarely allowed to leave my cell. In which case, you shouldn't have had the chance to dispose of the weapon. Huh. You've dug your own grave, Mr. Canis. You seem to have an idea of where this missing chisel might be, Mr. Edgeworth. Would you care to enlighten us? Oh, it's with dog! So it has to be somewhere here.
Take that!
Mr. Canis is still a prisoner despite the comfort he enjoys. He is rarely allowed out of his cell. He could have given the chisel to his dog to leave somewhere, but that would have been far from ideal. He would have no way of guaranteeing where it might end up. Furthermore, this room is the one place where a bladed instrument wouldn't raise an eyebrow. 4 chisels, 5 chisels, who's counting? A fact he took full advantage of. Yes, why is he allowed chisels? Bro is literally a serial killer is, I guess, kind of true. Like a contract killer. What? What? The old keep the incriminating evidence close routine. Classic.
Objection!
But I looked! I searched the whole cell myself, and there's just nowhere he could have hidden it.
Objection!
I am certain that the murder weapon is here, and that the reason why no one has found it yet is because it was hidden in such an ingenious manner. Dog! Dog moves. Oh, also dog has bell on collar. He's not barking today.
Hold it!
Okay, let me present dog. Can I just present dog? Present dog!
Take that!
Dog! Your dog, he seems unusually quiet today.
Yeah, unlike last time when...
Mr. Canis, if you would be so kind as to open Helmut's mouth. Oh, come now. He hasn't barked because he is a well-behaved boy. I had to order him last time. Then order him again this instant. It's not like we're asking for the world, Mr. Canis. Or do you have something to hide? Damn. If we had taken metal detector instead of missile, we could have just avoided all this. If you insist. Come on, Helmut, open up. And there we have it. A chisel that small was easy enough for a dog of this size to— What? A chisel in the dog? Why is there a chisel in the dog? I thought he'd been strangely quiet. I guess his brain is finally caught up. Eustace, why don't you be a good boy and call forensics? Tell them it's urgent. Okay. Honestly, me too, Eustace. Why is there a chisel in the dog? Oh, blood on the chisel. It's can over. It's dog over. Not such a half-baked theory after all, was it? Alright, so we're all on the same page here. This is our murder weapon, yeah? The forensic evidence cannot be ignored. We have no choice but to concede that this is most likely the case. Mr. Canis, in light of the discovery of the murder weapon, the court demands that you explain yourself. We found the route your dog took to the holding cells and now the chisel. How do you propose to talk your way out of this one? You never fail to entertain, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, why does he always laugh like that even when it's not funny?
Poor Helmut, how could they suspect us? You leave me little choice. I shall simply have to share with you the truth. I did not kill anyone. I've grown tired of killing. Something's not right. Why is he so calm? Very well. The court will hear Mr. Canis' testimony. If you would be so kind. It begins! Perhaps you might begin by explaining what you believe my motive have been. I never knew this knight. I had no contact with him. No connection whatsoever. You played chess together! What? Why would I? Okay, no, you play chess, but you played chess together. I'm not saying that your dog did it. I am not so bloodthirsty that I would kill a man I did not know.
I mean, when you put it that way.
An assassin who kills only his acquaintances, not the soundest business model, I agree. Murder for its own sake, that's not his style. Okay. We have a link between them. We do. They played chess. Present. Chess. Chess? Chess diagram?
Objection!
They chessed together. You're getting sloppy, Mr. Canis. You may have trained your dog to clean up your mess, but some things still require a human touch. We found this in the victim's room. It's the record of a game of correspondence chess. What's more, the game depicted matches the game... Oh, the game the board depicted matches the game laid out on your board. What does he mean, what? How do you not know? The number of possible games has been calculated to 10 to the power of 120, and that's on the low end.
Oh, wait, so that's a 10 times 10? 120 times over, right? 100, 1000. I give up. I mean, what do you even call a number that big?
A vanishingly unlikely coincidence, that's what. Now, tell us why you killed Knight. Unless that is, you would prefer to explain the coincidence? Well, they do say that truth is stranger than fiction. It is, as you say, a coincidence.
That's totally impossible. We just proved that.
A coincidence of a different kind, child. I never imagined my correspondent was the victim, you see. And yet here we are. Helmet is as surprised as I am. Aren't you, Helmet? Yes, yes. He didn't know that that was the person he was playing against. They're telling the truth? The other prisoners had all gone to the yard, you see. There was a show of some sort, I believe. Here I was, minding my own business, when in comes Helmet, dragging a corpse of all things. I had quite the shock, not least because the murder weapon was still in the poor fellow's neck. Of course, I was none too keen on becoming a suspect, so I had Helmet take the body to the workshop. Once there, he removed the murder weapon and brought it back to me, just as I had asked. The dog pulled out the murder weapon in the workshop. Dream luck? I feel like dream luck was only 10 to the power of negative 10. This is more insane than dream luck. If you didn't know, did they just never share their names when they were playing against each other? I don't know how correspondence chess, like, works. Like, I don't know, you have your pen pal and you just send moves to each other and you don't ask anything about your real lives? That's just so sad.
You know something that makes total sense. Remember what Mr. Saw said, Mr. Edgeworth?
A huge black dog. It sunk his terrible teeth into the— oh, that's Saw it. Yeah, he was biting the throat. I see. So what Mr. Saw actually saw was Helmet removing the murder weapon then. A little disappointed. Okay, yeah, silly boy. It's not like you just slip up like that, is it? Okay. And there you have it. That is about all there is to tell. I did not kill the man. At most, I am responsible for the removal of the weapon. Now, will that be all? Poor Helmet is growing restless. Objection! Sorry, but if you could entertain us for a little while longer, Mr. Canis. Fender. No offense, Palio, but I don't think you've quite told us everything. I'm sure we'd all like to know why you thought you needed to pull the chisel out in the first place. He's right. It makes sense that he would move the body to avoid suspicion. But Canis had no reason at all to recover the murder weapon. So the mute one isn't as dumb as I thought. Please answer the question, Mr. Canis. It was because of the bell. The one attached to the chisel and the one around Helmut's neck. Have a very distinctive design, if you will. Of course, they were something of a trademark of yours, were they not?
I don't get it. How does that even work?
Vadada Mechanis, the blind butcher. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. The last sound his victims would ever hear. Okay, so that was like his signature, so the chisel also had his signature bell attached to it? Your knife and his attached bell were one of the pieces of evidence seized in our case against you. He has a lot of— there are only 2 bells in existence, so somehow the second one made it back to him? One for knife, one for dog. When Helmut brought the body to my cell, I was rather surprised to hear a familiar sound. At first I was sure that my knife had been used to do the deed. But no, a chisel. An ordinary chisel. So, how did it come back? Nonetheless, the bell would have suggested my involvement. Compounding the matter is the fact that I am the only person in this prison permitted to use such tools. It was clear that I would become the prime suspect, and so the chisel had to be removed and hidden.
Hold it!
So he was like— he knew he would look sus, so he did actual sus things. Checked for fingerprints. It's not his chisel. Okay. Eustace.
Huh? Me? But I don't know how to check for prints.
Get forensics.
Oh, right. Sure thing.
Poor Eustace.
We got him fingerprints. They're Mr. Knight's.
And Mr. Countess's?
Nope. Just Mr. Knight's. Oh, and forensics said there's no sign of any prints having been wiped off.
Only Knight's fingerprints. This isn't good.
Should I get them to check again?
You can check again. He's just an errand boy now. I'm happy for him. He's like the unpaid intern. He never touched the okay, yeah, sure. I mean, I believe you. You don't have gloves in your sprite, so I believe you. Any prince must belong to whoever had it last. So the chisel belonged to Bronco Knight. Was it the thing that was in the chest box? If you do not find a solution to your current predicament, and quickly, I will have little choice but to relieve you of your badge. Even my patience has a limit, and I will not tolerate you throwing this investigation into chaos. Am I clear?
You've done it now, sir. She's serious.
I hate to admit it, but the fingerprints turn everything on its head. Without more evidence, I'm back to square one.
Wait, something doesn't add up. A few things, actually. What would Mr. Knight have needed a chisel for?
Oh, prison escape, so true.
Alright, then how did he get it in here? There's no way the guards would let him bring a super sharp tool in with him, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Chest box. Yes, finding the truth is important. We will save Simeon in the end. The defense never rests. Okay, so The heart of those words. As defense attorneys, our client's fate rests on our shoulders. We're the only ones they can turn to. Simeon's our client, and we're the only ones who can save him. So we can't rest, not while he's counting on us. I'm not about to turn my back on your old man's legacy. Are you? I'm an associate with the defense now. No, I'm an associate with my father's firm. That's the role I have chosen, and that means that if I fail to save my client, I have failed in my duties. Is this prosecutor's gambit? So, Queen's gambit is when you sacrifice your queen, right? Just temporarily or something? Do you promote like a pawn to a new queen or something like that? So what is this entire game? Edgeworth fails to act as a prosecutor for a majority of the game. Goes on adventures with Eddie Fender. And fixes any corruption issues within this committee thingy that Verity Gavel's in. And then becomes a legendary prosecutor as he's coming out of the video game. If you sack the queen, you better win quick after. Yeah. I will honor my father's vision and save Simeon Saint. No matter what setbacks I face, I cannot admit defeat. If one path is blocked, I simply must find another.
There we go, that's the mouse Edgeworth I know. Now let's find that new path forwards. We can start by trying to figure out how Mr. Knight brought that chisel into his... It's the box!
Take that!
Literally what Verity Gavel said. She was like, the box opens, it was in there. It was hidden in there. Usually it wouldn't be possible to bring a metal object into this facility undetected.
Cause the security gates, right?
Correct, but we also know, or we already know, that checks at one of the gates haven't been entirely thorough as of late. Namely, the gate at the entrance to the detention center. Only scans people, doesn't scan objects. Knight took advantage of this little oversight and had Mr. Saint bring him the chisel. Hidden inside his pocket chest set. That does answer one of our questions, and it suggests that the chisel was indeed Mr. Knight's and not Mr. Canis's. However, we still have one rather pressing problem to address. That of the security footage in which Knight is attacked by a dog. How does one explain it if Mr. Canis was not the culprit? But then, how do you explain his prints not being on the murder weapon? This one's a real three-piper. The court, too, finds itself wanting for a satisfactory explanation. Wait, sir, I think it might be time to show you another one of my secret weapons. This is secret weapon number 4, Lil V. Oh my god. What? That is like a voltmeter. What in the world is that? Also, will we meet all 7 of them at some point? I really hope we do. What sort of name is that, detective? I came up with it myself, sir. Anyway, you can use it to analyze the video footage. Okay. Is this just a video player? Thinks perhaps I should hear him out. Sure, why not? Is this tutorial? No tutorial. No tutorial. I'm sure it won't be that complicated. Whatever you say, sir. Now let's fire Lil V up. Remember, just examine anything that catches your eye and you'll do fine. The footage from Knight's holding cell. Other than the victim being attacked by that dog, I can't see what else it might show us. But suppose we're wrong. What could we be looking for instead? Could the person in the footage be someone other than Knight? And if so, could whatever's attacking them be something else too? I should keep both questions in mind while reviewing the footage. Never gonna see once you start looking at things up close. Check every detail, sir. You'll find something, I'm sure. What the fuck? Well, there's like a dog. That's not a dog. Wait, that's... I suspect we may have made a critical error of judgment. What we're looking at here is no dog. This animal is... what? A bear? I guess it's a bear. That's not a dog, it's a bear.
What? So the paw prints from the photo I took.
We're not canine, but ursine. Why are they so dirty then? That bear is white! Oh! Saw it says that he was muddying up the animal. Maybe that's what it has to do? Like, that's what's related to? Isn't that a guard? I feel like it's a guard uniform. Oh yeah, we can check that after. We're mistaken about the person in the footage as well. Okay, so let's go check the person. Okay, look at the mirror. Can we get them in the mirror at all? Well, it's a guard. They've got the hat. No guards have attacked or been attacked recently. This may not be a guard at all, but someone dressed as one. Oh, is it Carcerado? Missing guard uniform? It's Carcerado trying to escape.
Take that!
No guards have reported being attacked by an animal as far as we know. But we did hear about a guard's spare uniform being stolen. Could the person in the security footage perhaps be someone disguised as a guard? Someone attempting to escape without being noticed. Guard disguise, guess it might work. Wait, weren't we just talking about someone? We were indeed. Someone who seems to have successfully made his escape. We had assumed that it was night in the security footage.
Well, it was his cell. It's hardly a crazy theory.
Perhaps, but now that we know about the hole under the bed, it is no longer the only possibility. Whoever had access to the tunnel could very well be the one caught on camera. Right, it's Rocco. Carcerato. Rocky Carcerato? Rocco? Rocky? Rocky? Rocco.
Take that!
The prisoner who recently escaped from this facility. I'm confident it's him because he was assigned a polar bear cub as his companion.
But the bear in the video is all black.
Indeed, and we have evidence that explains why. Because he was administering dark mud pack treatment.
Take that!
There we go, dark mud pack. That was around 9 AM. So he was just really in the zone when turning this polar bear black. While the circus performance was underway, he was giving one of the animals a mud pack treatment.
And the animal could have been.
Indeed, our polar bear. Mr. Edgeworth, your latest assertion simply introduces yet another contradiction. The footage from the security camera. I fully understand, Your Honor, and your doubts are entirely justified. Mr. Sawat mentioned applying the mud pack while the circus performance was underway. And this does indeed introduce a new contradiction concerning the security footage.
It does?
Yes, let's put it this way. When would you expect the footage to have been recorded, Kay?
If it was taken right after he applied the mud pack treatment, it should have been around 9 AM.
In which case, something isn't right about the footage.
Really? And what's that?
Is it the timestamp?
Take that!
Mr. Sawat said he administered the treatment at around 9 AM. In which case, the security footage should also show a time of around 9. However, the timestamp says 6:42 AM. On the day of the murder, the prisoners all went out to the yard to watch the circus. All except 3, Mr. Kenneth, who remained in his cell in maximum security, Mr. Sawat, who was administering a mud pack treatment in the workshop, and Rocco Casarato, who had been awaiting that precise moment to put his escape plan into action. I believe he entrusted the bear to Mr. Sawat before entering the tunnel. Oh, and that's why he wasn't there and didn't hear anything. And the bear then slipped out of Mr. Sawat's grasp to run after its human. Mr. Sawat would have then left the workshop to pursue the bear, at which point he saw Mr. Candace's dog retrieving the murder weapon from Knight's body. It all fits perfectly except for the security footage, which should have been recorded from around 9 AM. However, the timestamp is 3 hours off.
But why would the timestamp be wrong?
Detective, I would like you to have the security camera examined right away, please. I'm back, sir, to talk to the guards and... Seems like the time codes can slip on these cameras if they lose power. Oh my god, it's like my toaster. Like when there's a blackout at my parents' house, the oven somehow still remembers the time that it was at when it was last plugged in. But like depending on how long the blackout was, they just keep... What's the word that I'm looking for? Like, when they start again, it's just the same time that it was previously. Security camera! Security camera went to Paris! Good one! Oh my god, that was funny. Seems the time codes can slip on these cameras if they lose power. The clock stops when the power's off. Okay. The power was off for approximately 3 hours at some point. Night to night stealing the keys. No one believed him considering, well, you know, he seemed kind of like the only suspect. Turns out, that wasn't all he said. He also said he was knocked out cold just like the other guy. Which may not necessarily have been a lie. Darlings, there you are. How goes the investigation? Is there anything I can do to help things along? Actually, there might be something we can do for you. Warden Lagarde. The escapee, Mr. Carcerato. I believe he may still be on the premises. He is disguised as the guard. Here's the proof, should you need it. We're reasonably certain that the person captured on this tape is our man. And if I am correct, he might even be right here in this room with us now.
Hey, Mr. Carcerado would have been wearing a bracelet, right?
Yeah. Yes, a bracelet that could easily be hidden under the sleeves of his stolen guard uniform. Of his stolen uniform. Furthermore, the door out of the prison proper don't have those sensors that detect the bracelets installed. So if he avoided doors with sensors, he could simply wait for an opportunity to finally make his escape. Well, yes, I suppose he could. He'd just have to avoid the workshops and the cells and— oh my! He's one of you, isn't he? He's here right now.
Look, it's Teddy!
Oh, he's cooked. Thank you, Teddy. Very kind of you to confirm our suspicions. Ooh. That's awkward. Never get pets, I guess. What a thing it is to be loved, huh, Mr. Carcerato? I'm almost envious. Guards! Apprehend this man! Okay. Let's talk to him. Sorry, I'm kinda losing it. I'm not gonna read all the dialogue anymore, unfortunately.
Hit me with your best shot!
What were you doing on the day the body was moved? Okay. We found his tunnel. We don't care how long it took. A guard uniform, a hole dug, a plan in place, so I went for it on the day you found the guy. A plan? If you had a plan in place, why are you still here? The little guy came. Sack of fur was covered in mud too. Had to go back to our cell. Used everything I could get my hands on, hammers, spoons, etc. Spent every dime I had. Okay, yep. Tomorrow is another day! Bro, you gotta explain this plan to me. What plan?
Hold it!
You're clearly still here, so the plan went so severely awry. The uniform, was that from the fixer too? It sure was. Heard he had something on one of the guards. Aside from a pal's locker, okay. Were you wearing it when you were crawling through the tunnel? Nope, would've got dirt on it, had to hold on to it until I got the hold— okay. He got changed in the cell. And then he got attacked, or not attacked, but the bear jumped on him. Once I was out of that tunnel and all dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. How? Wasn't it locked?
Hold it!
Oh. Carcerado needed the key in order to leave. How open door if no key?
Objection!
You claim that leaving the holding cell would have been a piece of cake, as you put it. Even once you had reached Knight's cell, you still had another door to contend with. How exactly did you plan on opening it? Ooh. So he had the key. Yeah, because the door was, yeah, of course, the detention cell door was just wide open, just ready for him to walk right out. Yeah, of course, that makes so much sense.
Objection!
Of course, my bad for not thinking of that. That's my bad. Yes, I suppose Knight's cell was vacant by that point. There would have been no reason to lock it. And it was indeed unlocked when I went to examine it for myself. So perhaps when you'd finally succeeded today, it truly was unlocked because it was after the murder. But you had attempted to escape previously.
Yeah, the security footage shows when you tried and failed because Teddy caught you.
Which was during the circus performance before the body was discovered. The holding cell was still locked at that time because no one knew that Knight had been killed yet. Therefore, you must have had the key to a cell on you. Without it, your escape would not have been possible. So he stole the key. He's the one who attacked the guard. Oh, and knocked them both out. For the keys. Okay, nice little pan there, that was cute.
Objection!
And then you waited for the perfect moment to escape, a moment when the prison would be almost deserted. That's right, the moment of the show, just before the discovery of the body. Unluckily for you, that particular attempt was thwarted by your furry friend. I knocked the guard out for the count. Okay. No. Knight was as much a victim as the guard in this case. I have proof that Knight had been attacked in his cell. Wiped floor! Blood on the ground.
Take that!
We found traces of Knight's blood on the cleanly wiped floor of his cell. What could possibly explain such a thing other than him having been attacked? And it was you who attacked him. You ambushed both of them and stole their keys. Or the keys, not their keys. Alright, it's Carcer Rover. If they'd checked Knight in the guard's hands, they would have seen those two never came to blows. That's... okay. What? No. This is false, right? Wiping up the blood makes him more sus. If he had left the blood there, like, they just had a tussle. That's... okay, I mean... wiped up the blood to buy himself a little more time, so he could try to escape again. Okay, well. He's still in prison, so he's still cooked. Hand over the keys. Oh my god. Did he just... was that his jaw? What the fuck? What was that? Oh no, it was his mouth guard? Mouthpiece? It's the thing at the top of his mouth that, like, boxers wear so that... or not necessarily boxers, but people who do fighting wear so they don't, like, wreck their teeth, right? It's like the little rubber thing. I think people who play American football have it too. Oh, keys get. They were in Casarato's possession.
Overruled.
Wait a moment. If Mr. Casarato here had the keys... Indeed, Your Honor. Your theory relies on Knight having used the keys he allegedly stole to escape his cell. That was the only way he would have been able to enter Mr. Saint's cage and be moved into the workshop. Unfortunately for you, we now know that theory cannot possibly be true. Guess this changes things up a bit, yeah? Now the only person who could have moved Knight's body is the one person who knew about that tunnel. Damn. I feel like now that Miles Edgeworth is working on the side of the fence, we are really just exhausting every single theory, pointing our finger at literally everyone except for our client until we get it right. It wasn't Canis, it wasn't... I mean, obviously it wasn't Simeon, and So now we're going after this guy? He's under arrest? But after that, he went back. Okay, so he's saying he didn't do it. There was nobody around next time I went to Knight's cell, and I mean nobody. Body found in the workshop. Yeah, he couldn't get in there. Couldn't get out of his cell, couldn't get into the workshop. But the dog could. Right, the dog is the one who moved the body into the workshop. But how would he get to coordinate with the dog? Like, this doesn't make sense. The dog seemed really unfriendly when we first met it, so like... I don't know. Like, why... Oh, because... Never mind, the dog was under orders from that guy because the chisel had the bell. So that's two entirely separate things. He was already dead, and then the dog took the body, and then Katniss was like, no bell please, that is my bell, thank you. Right, okay, so that's the sequence? Is this possible? So we're saying it had to be the tunnel. He didn't have to dig the whole way. Somebody already did a bunch of the work for me. What? Found it when they put me in that cell. Ran all the way from there to the well in the yard already. Even looked down the well to check it from there. It was the same tunnel, alright. I just made good on what somebody else already started. Then what was the original tunnel for? But there's one that leads to the well! It smelled nice in the well? The sweet smell. His body, right? Sweet scent.
Take that!
Lowers evasiveness or something. By one stage. Detective Gumshoe noticed the sweet smell when we were examining Knight's body. With the help of a police dog, we followed the scent of the body and traced its route back through the prison. And that, Mr. Casarato, was how we found your tunnel. Could that same sweet scent be what you noticed coming from the well? Very clever, Mr. Edgeworth. You mean to suggest that this is evidence of the body having been moved through the tunnel? I do. Furthermore, Mr. Casarato, you're the only person who could have done it. No one else had access. Oh, are we gonna go investigate the well? You have our thanks, Mr. Casarato, truly. Finally the truth comes into view. Now, unburden yourself. It is time. Confess your role in this tragic incident. What? You ain't pinning this on me? Okay. So they both think it's him? So is it just him? Accomplice, not Canis, working with Knight.
Hold it!
What? I do not believe that he moved Mr. Knight's body. Instead, I believe that he lent Mr. Knight the use of the keys he stole. Okay. Okay, bro. Granted, it seems likely that he attacked Mr. Knight. You're just wrong! You're just wrong. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Knight was knocked unconscious as a result. And what if he wasn't? What if he and Mr. Casarato had reached a certain agreement? Yeah, after Casarato just decked him in the face. Yes, of course. Because Knight would feel really just in the mood for talking. After just getting punched by this guy. Yep, that makes so much sense. Mr. Knight was plotting an escape for which he required a means of leaving his cell. And here was that precise means in the form of the keys Mr. Carcerato had just stolen from the guard. Mr. Carcerato himself would need to pass through Mr. Knight's cell in order to effect his own escape. Mr. Knight needed only to shout and alert the guards, and Mr. Carcerato's plans would be ruined. And so, the two struck a deal. That's not what happened. My, still you deny it? What? Where are you even getting this from? So, we're agreeing that we still disagree. What? Who let her cook? Mr. Knight had Mr. Carcerato unlock his cell so that when Mr. Saint arrived, he could escape into the cage. Mr. Saint was then able to move him into the prison proper just as planned. She has no proof for this! And then he took Mr. Knight into the workshop and did the dirty deed. Were neither of you listening? The scent on Knight's body proves it was taken through the tunnel. It was moved from his cell to the... Perhaps if you would let me finish, Mr. Edgeworth. I am not denying that Mr. Knight's body was moved through the tunnel. Then what are you driving at?
Is this a trick question?
As you say, Mr. Edgeworth, the sweet scent shows the route the body took. However, it did not enter the tunnel from Mr. Knight's cell. There is another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there?
The well in the yard? Oh yeah, that thing.
He took it outside, killed Knight in the yard, threw his body down the well. Candace's dog then dragged Knight's body here to his owner's cell from the bottom of the well. On that note, I would ask you to recall something. What was happening in the yard at the approximate time of the body's discovery?
The circus show, right? Regina and Simeon were performing for everyone. Oh, wait, Simeon?
He was in the yard. Indeed. And so you see how it must also have been him who disposed of the body. Gavel is a truly formidable opponent. She so effortlessly adjusted her theory to fit the facts. Master of improvisation. I propose that Mr. Knight was taken to the yard, not the workshop. And as we have established, Mr. Saint was off stage for 15 minutes. Ample time to throw the body down the well, I am sure you will agree.
Objection!
Impressive deduction. Supposing that Knight's body was indeed thrown down the well, you cannot conclusively say that it was during the show. Could have happened at a different time. Okay. We're auto-playing. Carcerato did not trip over a corpse. So the dog took it. The body must have been thrown down the well and then moved to the workshop at some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? Okay.
What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth?
If the body did indeed enter the tunnel from the well, things don't look good for Mr. Saint. Still. Your Honor, your theory is just that. A theory. A game theory. And I posit that you lack the evidence to back it up. I concede that for the moment I do not. May I suggest that we investigate the yard again? Very well. May the goddess of justice go with you. Now then, to the yard. Perhaps we can finally put this case to rest. Huh? What's that sound?
Yikes, is there a fire?
Did somebody else escape? Should we maybe skip town too? Darlings, please, there's nothing to be alarmed about. By which I mean that's not an alarm, it's the dinner bell. Okay. I'm so sorry, sweet pea. I hope you can forgive us. Alright, you two. Back to your posts. Chop chop! And as for you, Rocco Casarato, it's time you went back to your room. Okay. Warden Lagarde, we'd like to take one more look around the yard now. Oh, darlings, don't you have homes of your own to go to? Visiting hours are over, I'm afraid. Tomorrow, No, it's imperative that we investigate it right away. I think we've had quite enough excitement for one day, don't you? Murderers, escapees, so eventful. Why is she pushing us out? Right now. Isn't that odd? It's time our guests went home to Betty Byes, isn't it? Yes, yes it is. Come now, darling, don't make me bore you with all that. I am the warden, this is an order nonsense. Warden Lagarde is right. Her word is law here, and we must respect her wishes. Mr. Edgeworth, your investigation of the yard will have to wait until tomorrow. You may keep your badge for now. The matter of your standing can wait. Bye. Holy crap, it's been 2.5 hours. Judge Gavel believes that Knight's body was dropped down the well, and then taken through Mr. Casarato's cell to the workshop. But is that truly the case? Do the facts really support her theory? She also seems to believe that Mr. Saint had to be the one to move the body. But was he really the only one with opportunity to do so?
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, tomorrow's another day. We'll figure out a way to save Simeon. I know we will.
Yes, we will. I will prove that Mr. Saint is innocent beyond a shadow of a doubt. Onwards. Oh, all this stuff is gone. Everything's gone. Here we are again. Let's hope we can find something this time that will finally reveal the truth behind it all. Although, that might be easier said than done.
There's nothing left to investigate.
Why did it just get cleaned up? Judge Gavel's deduction yesterday. Is Kay Faraday's green thing still in this video game? I don't remember if it was in the first case.
Let's see here. Huh, there's a cover on it.
A dried up well stopping in the middle of a prison. Figures to be locked.
Well, luckily I'm a master lockpicker. Want me to do my stuff?
I think not. We'll do this investigation by the book.
Come on, don't be such a stick in the mud. Whoa!
What is it, Kate?
The lock's broken, and from the looks of it, it's been broken for a long time.
If that's the case, then anyone could have thrown Knight's body down that well. Judge Gavel's theory was that Mr. Saint carried out the murder here in the yard, and then, during the performance, he threw the body down the well. What are you thinking, Malzarina? Plausible or no?
Oh, why don't we see if Missile can help us out again? He'll be able to tell us if Mr. Knight's body was here, and which way it went.
We'll get Gumshoe. Gumshoe speaking! Detective, I need your assistance. Come to the prison yard and bring Missile with you. You bet, sir. Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons to the rescue again, huh? I'm fairly sure Missile belongs to the precinct? I'd also like you to bring one of our witnesses. Call the Barry Big Circus and ask Miss Regina Barry to come down here with you. No. Yes, sir. I'll be there before you know it. Regina. She did it for sure. Yeah, I can't believe that, like, we're literally investigating a murder and she changed the scene. And it's her prison, so she's the most sus.
So, what shall we do while we're waiting for Gummy? How about a quick game of hide and go seek?
An idea, kiddo, but where exactly would we hide? He's not seriously considering it? Your game can wait, Kay. We need to call on one of your more practical skills. I think you know the one.
Oh, you bet I do. One crime scene recreation coming right up.
Blah blah blah, little thief. She's a hacker, mans. Inputting all the data, blah blah blah, simulation, blah blah blah. This is Mr. Thief. It's Little Thief. It's little. You're so bad at this, Edgeworth. He also called Psyche Locks Psycho Locks. So how did the yard look yesterday? Beep boop boop beep.
That's all the data, just gotta pump the projection powers to max in dark skies of evening when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood.
Oh, they changed the animation a little bit.
It's a recreation of how things were yesterday, modeled on the data I gave Little Thief. The gadget was a tool used by the original Yatagarasu, but they used it to plan robberies.
Well, there's no harm in using it for something on the right side of the law now.
Oh, but keep in mind it can only recreate what you tell it to. It can't simulate things it doesn't have data for, and if the data itself contains mistakes, then you'll wind up with those same mistakes in the recreation too.
But it's based on a photo. Let's go talk to the well. Yes, 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 I can examine, we can present, blah 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 blah. 好的，谢谢。We've got pulleys? Hemp rope. No tug of war for UK. And a metal stake. Something for putting up a tent. Are they using pulley physics to pull the body out of the well or something? £30. Oh, stuff around the well? I think it was for lifting the corpse out of the well. Because, like, when you have two pulleys, isn't the strain reduced or something like that? Like, does it get cut into a fourth? I don't know how it works. It's been too long since I've taken any sort of mechanics whatsoever. What the fuck is a simple machine? Circus stage. Oh wait. Chairs. I told other people to do it though. He's a bit of a pillow princess, isn't he? Elephant! Azia the Asian elephant. Gumshoe's here soon. Okay. I guess I've clicked on everything that needs to be clicked on. Sorry, sir. It came as quick as I could.
Huh, speak of the devil.
Ah, detective. That was indeed impressively quick. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Go, dog. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Oh, it's scared of that alligator? That's pretty valid, actually. Okay, if missile's not helpful, it's time for- is it time for the metal detector? Metal detector, please? Oh. Oh, is an account of what the yard looked like during the- okay, that's less fun. Plugged in all the data, firing up the simulation. Oh no, poor Simeon.
Oh wow, this is so amazing. It's like magic. No magic here, just sweet, sweet data. Which is why
The area behind the stage is missing. She doesn't know what it looks like?
yeah, Regina says she wasn't involved in getting the stage set up, so we don't have any data on what it was like back there.
No data, no simulation, huh? Brutal.
I'm so sorry, you guys. It's hell because I let Simeon do everything by himself.
He blamed us? God damn it, Fender.
Anyway, we got a fresh simulation now, but we still have other data. We can switch back.
Okay, taking down the stage versus this. Examine the scene both during and after the show and switch between the two at will. Okay. We can talk to Kay and switch. Wait, I pushed her. I wanna push her again. That's so funny. What are these? Azia's food. All the apples that were there vanished. Disappearing apples. Elephant was on stage. She's having her fun. What's up?
A story of forbidden love between a tiger and an elephant. Wish I could have seen it. Wish I could have seen Simeon up there on that stage too. Oh, he was wonderful. The way he flew off that stage.
Ah, yes, that scene. He gets thrown. Kinda hairy health and safety wise to have the elephant pulling the guy off stage. Flying off that stage, not because of Azia though. Some trick. Okay. Simeon's big thing. So, a trick of some kind enabled him. Oh! Holy! Trust. Holy trust. The trick Mr. Saint performed for his big scene, could it have something to do with all of the items we found by the well? Okay, I'd like to have another look at the equipment around the well from yesterday. Can you have Mr. Thief bring up the recreation from when they were tearing down the stage? Taking another look at these items, could they not have been used for this trick of Mr. Saint's?
Sounds plausible enough. Hey, maybe we can add it to the simulation.
Good idea, please go and ask Mr. Saint for the details.
Roger that, I'll be right back. I'm back, and he told me exactly how he did it.
How does it work? Yes, pulleys! Use the pulley at the top of the well to suspend a heavy weight from a rope and lower that down into the well. The other end of the rope went through the two more pulleys tied. Yes! Nice! Pulleys pog. Down. I see, so use the downward pull of the weight to help him launch himself into the air. But how did he make sure the weight only dropped when he wanted it to?
He used the stake to stop it, that's how.
Miss Berry didn't seem to know anything about the trick or the contraption he built for it, in which case I suppose it must have been Mr. Saint himself who pulled out the stake.
That's right, and to do that, he used the second length of rope.
Oh, that's what those two things were.
He tied it to the stake and then he gave it a sharp tug.
This stake was released and the weight dropped down the well.
It's a great trick, I have to steal it. This one has to go into the Great Thief's repertoire.
Might not be easy, these kinds of circus tricks can require years of practice to master. Simply stealing the idea won't be enough.
Alright, practice it is then.
She would get along with Trucy, right? Please update the simulation. Cool. That's how he did the trick.
I mean, dropping a weight down a well to help him fly off the stage like that, that's genius.
Indeed, but I imagine he would have needed quite a lot of weight, more than him at the very least. It would have taken some serious pull to lift him into the air like that.
Yeah, and probably a ton of practice.
So what? Not heavy enough?
Wait, doesn't this seem odd to you?
Because that's just 1-to-1 the way that it's configured. It's not heavy enough. Oh, I have to talk to him to ask for one of his 7 weapons. 7 secret weapons. Missile is out of action, but the fishing rod is good to go. Metal detector. Metal detector is in green. Do I need to connect this to metal detector? Not the fishing rod! Bro just wants to go fishing. He's so funny. Oh my god, we're Gumshoe! Can I talk to him? No, we can't talk! We found a gold coin. They have a coin hunt. It's worth 1 jelly donut, 1 onigiri. Why is there metal in the lake? Why are they all over the place? Four in total? Bro weighs less than 120 pounds? Damn, he really is frail. You really thought the apples were the counterweight? Well, they're discreet though. Like, how would you get all of the apples together? The metal detector is reacting to the alligator. We'll call him Croc Karma. Like a bag? Oh, like using one of the tarps maybe. I think that I fully turned my brain off, and like when the text says, oh, I should talk to Gumshoe to use one of his little treasures, that's like my cue to go talk to Gumshoe to use one of his treasures. The crocodile ate a weight. Or alligator. You missed something at the well? I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. What? Am I stupid? The well, weight, 3 pulleys, 2 ropes. 2 pulleys, weight, we have the rest of the weight. Oh! 2 ropes? Is that is that the rest of the rope. So there is rope that's just like not here.
Eureka!
Eureka? Rope.
Take that!
The lock, it looks not broken. I think we just have to assume that it's broken. I don't know. It's been like this the entire way, and Kay Faraday said that it was broken, or it's been broken for a while. This rope had a weight attached to it. Okay, so they used Bronco Knight's body as the weight.
Take that!
That's tough. This is kind of funny, but like... And Saint just didn't check? See, like, the fun part of this game is, like, from reading the dialogue, I understand what the game wants. But, like, I don't think I could ever get here by myself. Tarp, probably.
Take that!
I hate this animation so much. He feels so condescending to me when he does that. Only designed to throw suspicion onto those who were not at the show. Make us think that the crime took place during the show. They used the well contraption to construct an alibi. Okay. It's Lagardover. Started getting ready for the show at around 9 PM the day before, finished around midnight. Okay. Switch the weights out for the body after that point. Did Candace know about this contraption? Even if he did, he wouldn't have been able to do much with it. And I highly doubt that he taught his dog to suspend bodies halfway down wells. Which means Candace isn't the killer. Let's see. I don't know. Apples. Apples? How to use this weight? The cart moved. Before the show, someone moved the cart, and then the elephant ate the apples. Power room. What is this? Wait. I mean, it's the only two things we have left. But... this? Okay, never mind. Oh wait, power room! Wasn't there a power outage? Suspicious! That's why all the clocks in the security cameras are wrong. Let's see. Body weights were switched out. Why was the cart moved? Somebody needed to open the power room. Holy shit, he just appeared out of nowhere. Warden Lagarde is the only one with the key. If someone did open the door, they must have gotten it through her. Okay, she's sus. It's over. She's cooked. It's been nice knowing you. Oh, there's... wow, they really just have all of them labeled. You just turn the ones for the camera off and on, and that's it. What? Where? Camera. Someone flipped the breaker it was connected to. Alright, rip Lagarde. The killer would have to be someone with access to the breakers, and it seems only one person has the key. It couldn't be, could it?
Alright, little thief, your work here is done.
Nice. Huh? I love his little pompous flick of the wrist. It's so cute. He's such a boy failure.
First on the scene.
You are not.
The early bird wins the worm.
Good morning, Mr. Winner.
What? How do you get here before me?
Good morning, Mr. Edgeworth. I see you've made an early start. And I see you've made a late one, Judge Gavelle. This is not my only case. I am a very busy woman. Not all of us enjoy the freedom of a prosecutor relieved of his only current responsibility. Okay, damn. We got roasted. Oh, I do apologize. I meant, of course, an associate attorney.
Associate? More like asinine.
We'll see about that. Eustace, let us begin the investigation of the yard.
Okay, I'll go get some officers to help.
Hold it!
That won't be necessary.
Why not?
We've already finished investigating the yard and won quite the prize in the process.
Oh, one? But I'm supposed to be the winner.
I kind of like him. He's so pathetic. Oh no. Your Honor, I'd like to revisit your theory from yesterday. In order to thoroughly disprove it. I would caution you to choose your words carefully, Mr. Edgeworth. As I am sure you remember, your badge is in my hands. How could I forget? You've told me several dozen times already. Perhaps you'd care to try a different threat.
Overruled!
You have been warned repeatedly, yes. And each time my words seem to have fallen on deaf ears. Allow me to make this crystal clear. The committee cannot and will not tolerate insubordination. The fate of my badge and the whims of the committee are of no concern to me now. The only thing that concerns me is proving Simeon Saint's innocence. Interesting, and spoken like a true defense attorney. In that case, I shall be equally uncompromising. In the name of the goddess of justice, I will strike down your case without mercy. And when I am done, your career as a prosecutor will be over as well. I hope you do not come to regret this. Theory is the same. Carcerado did not see Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel. As such, the body could only have been dropped down the well during the show. We both know the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show is Mr. Saint. No, because he had this whole ass Rube Goldberg machine set up, so he couldn't actually. Oh, she can't. We received the final autopsy report. Updated autopsy report! Updated autopsy report! The victim appears to have died in the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the night before the show. The cause of death is as stated. It seems the wound is 4 inches deep. Autopsy report data updated in my organizer. Baby winner. You hate to see it. Simeon Saint was off stage for a period of 15 minutes. That was plenty of time for him to throw the victim's body down the well. Judge Gavelle hasn't investigated the yard yet, which means I fear there may be something of a flaw in with your theory, Your Honor. Yes, we do. Let me just present it. Let me go. Okay, nice. She was like, he had to have thrown the body down the well, but that is not true. Rube Goldberg machine.
Objection!
So, something else to take into account. There was this contraption. Hi, you two. 4 inches deep? What's the joke about that? You will recall that Mr. Saint was sent flying from the stage by the elephant. I do, just before he was to be absent for some time. He was only able to fly through the air thanks to a weighted rope he tied around himself. Dropping the weighted end down the well allowed him to complete the trip.
Objection!
Oh wait, wouldn't that send him flying as soon as he set foot on the stage? It's simple, really. He kept the weight from falling by using a stake to keep the rope in place. With a second rope, he was able to pull the stake free, thereby controlling when the weight was dropped. We have found evidence to suggest that the original weight was replaced with Knight's body. This was done by the real killer in order to create an alibi. The estimated time of death tells us that the murder took place early in the morning. The killer could have tampered with the contraption in the time between the murder and the show.
Objection!
You're saying Mr. Saint himself set this contraption up, right? Well, then who do you think is the #1 most likely person to have used it to dispose of a body, huh?
Objection!
Okay. No one else knows how it works. Nope, that's not what she said. Prison's approval.
Overruled.
What are we doing wrong? We are a prosecutor, we aid the defense, this flies in the face of common sense, breaking up- okay, well... Miles Edgeworth seeks the truth, and normally that's by being the prosecution, but she's literally not letting us, so, you know, we still gotta satisfy our truth-seeking impulses. It really can't be helped. Oh, new 1v1? There is another reason why only Mr. Saint can be the killer. If the body was moved from the yard to the workshop, then Mr. Knight must have first been brought here to the yard from his cell. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simeon Saint, and thus he remains the only plausible suspect. Yeah, it is pretty sus! Dude, this judge is crazy. What happened to innocent before proven guilty? There is already plausible doubt, so she should just shut up. Body moved from the yard to the workshop. The knight must have first been brought here to the yard from his cell. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simeon Saint. That's not true. Is it?
Hold it!
You're certain nobody else had the opportunity?
Hold it!
That's not true.
Overruled.
It's not monitored at all times because the security cameras got turned off because the footage time is wrong. Okay, so I want to present the footage time on that, I think.
Overruled. Take that!
We previously established that the time code on the security footage was off by 3 hours, because it went to France, as Jay Lenny pointed out. And from this we can deduce that there must have been a power outage lasting for that length of time, during which anyone could have moved around the prison undetected. Killer unintentionally created this 3-hour gap. No simple camera malfunction. It's completely possible to create the 3-hour gap using this. The breakers.
Take that!
Such a shame to see one so capable fall so short of the mark.
Mr. Edgeworth knows what he's doing.
Then how does he explain the lock on the power room door? Oh yeah, it was kind of locked up tight. Breakers like in Among Us, so true? Fifi was just doing a task in electrical, of course. And the warden is the only one with the key. Fifi Lagarde. It's just such a silly name. I feel like all of their names are so silly. Verity. Simeon. Eustace. I love the name Eustace. Fifi.
Objection!
No, but one person could have. That person, the killer, had easy access to it in fact, and what's more, their position here is such that nobody would dare question them.
Objection!
What? There's no one like that. The breaker to the electric fence is in there. They would be questioned in an instant.
There's only one person who meets these criteria. I can hardly believe it myself, but I have to follow where the logic leads. The person who had access to the power room key was Fifi Lagarde. The real culprit is... Warden Lagarde. Oh, just look at you! Aren't you the cutest little poochie woo? He's not just a pretty face, Missile also has quite the nose for sweet things. It seems he's smelling something very sweet indeed, and it's coming from you. Oh, darling, you're making me blush. I'm not even wearing perfume. Then, perhaps it is the sweet stench of death. You're a regular poet, aren't you? I had no idea. But if I didn't know better, I'd almost think you were calling moi the killer. That is precisely what I'm calling you. I like that when the stick gets into the bending animation, it just bends on its own into his hand. This hand does not move. He doesn't bring it up to bend it and then slap himself in the face. The stick bends down to meet him.
What?
Oh, Warden Lagarde is the killer. Mr. Edgeworth, do you realize what you're saying? Such a naughty boy. How could he suspect me? I'm the one in charge around here. That's grotesque! It's like we're in a murder mystery, aren't we? And equally far-fetched. This is preposterous.
Hold it!
Sadly, it is not, although I can hardly believe it myself. But this is where the evidence points, and we must trust in the evidence. This piece of evidence proves that Warden Lagarde is the killer. Sweet scent? Is it sweet scent? Trust.
Take that!
Your scent betrays you, Warden, and here's your accuser. The police dog. We had him track a sweet scent that was lingering around Knight's body back when it was first found. He now appears to be smelling the same scent, and it's coming from you. Oh, darling, you're priceless, really you are. Your evidence is a whiff of suspicion. Verity, dear, do put him in his place. It seems Judge Gavel may have reached a similar conclusion to myself. Okay. Wait, they're the same age? You believe this to be no mere coincidence, Mr. Edgeworth? I do. After all, she had the key, and the scent found lingering on the body is hers as well. Were it just one or the other, we might be able to brush it off as coincidence. However... Indeed. Then it seems a conclusion approaches. Perhaps we should hear what the warden has to say for herself. We should, and when we have, this case will finally be at an end. You're all being simply awful. Stop looking at me like that. Me, the killer? How could I possibly do such a thing? Verity told me everything she knows about the case, sweetie. The victim died in his cell, so by your logic, I would have, had to have him killed there. But how am I supposed to have moved the body, especially as I never went into the prison? I was too busy with work, you see. I was cooped up in my office until right before the show began. Check if you like. You won't find a record anywhere of my having entered or left the prison proper. What? No record just means there's a secret route. You've made a boo-boo and you know it. 37 years old, by the way. Are there any off-the-record methods for you to move the body? Okay, you didn't go through the main entrance. Alternate route. What did he say? Didn't go through the main entrance or the tunnel. What, went through the yard? From her office into the yard to the well this way? Instead of going like okay, fuck it, we ball.
Take that!
Through the fence. Oh.
Overruled.
How did she get? What? Take a deep breath, not freak out and completely lose your cool. There's nothing to be gained by banging your head against the same wall, yeah? Is this a reference to Von Karma's breakdown? Didn't do it alone. Accomplice.
Objection!
Accomplice. Oh. Reflexive objection. The king. But now that I've yelled it, if I don't come up with an answer, it's all over. I have one more thing to add. If you'll permit me. Something that explains how how it was shut down from the other side. Having someone do it for her.
Overruled.
Security bracelets? Ah, but what's his face's was broken. Frank saw it was broken.
Overruled. Objection! Take that!
Damn, poor Frank saw it. Cooked. Bro's never getting out of prison now. Oh, he was her favorite. Oh, it's so Jover. This is just so disgusting. Also, I hate this thing that she has around her neck. So she knew, and she used it to her advantage.
Overruled. Objection!
Certain route into the prison becomes viable, so she could have went through the fence. Two big obstacles in her path. The security camera outside Knight's cell. The electrified fence in the yard. She was able to remove both obstacles in one fell swoop by having Mr. Saw shut off the corresponding breakers. No, darling, you've got me. I admit it. Oh, it's that easy. Alright, GG's. Frankie helped me do it. Wait, but the music is not happy enough. Had Frankie switch off the breaker. Huh? Threatened by... Oh, Canis. Okay. Damn, okay. The moment we were alone, he said this to me. You should know that I have other dogs. Dogs not confined to this fine institution. Very loyal dogs. Dogs who will do anything I ask of them. Okay. I would recommend that you take care in how you treat me during my stay here. I wouldn't want to have set my dogs on you. Or want to have to set my dogs on you or your precious family. That's crazy. That's tough. No choice. Gave him that cell. Gave him everything he asked for. Okay. Once a week, late at night, Frankie would shut off the breakers that allowed me to go from my office into the yard without being seen by the cameras. Then I simply dropped the packages down the well on the prison side and went back through the fence. Okay. Each of them spritzed with a little of her perfume. Signal for the dog. Oh, so you would get the packages. Oh, okay, so that's why the dog brought the corpse back. And everything's on a schedule. Fixing the time codes on the cameras, which she would do later if she got the chance. The goddess of justice will take your honesty. Okay. Alright. Damn. It's really confessional. It was a delivery day. Frankie's did his usual work, but there was no package for me to deliver that day, so I didn't go out into the yard. Okay, that's cap. That's cap. confessional like in Survivor so true? Blah blah, how much evidence to present him with, he simply won't say a word. Okay, so she really doesn't like Candace. I mean, can't blame her. Scary man inside of your prison. Oh, that dog is cooked. Oh, what? Oh, ooh? Uh-oh. She's about to go Super Saiyan. I borrowed everything the police everything the police had on that rotten scoundrel. I watched his every move, intercepted every letter he wrote. His letters? Then she knows about she knows about the chess. No matter what I did, I couldn't turn up any clues as to who his underlings were. Living in fear like this, you just can't comprehend it. The words of Warden Lagarde's kiss. No, the fuck they haven't! What? There's definitely more. She was just like, there was no package this week, so I didn't go outside, and Verity Gavel was just satisfied with that? Like, she had a hard time with Candace in her prison and also killed Knight. Both can be true. The one does not preclude the other. We've done it so many times by now that the whole well probably smells of it. Some of it must have just rubbed off on his body. Okay, so she wants the end. What can I do? Is this as far as we go? Finally, so we're actually done. Yes, Eustace, it seems we are. By the power vested in me, this court is adjourned. Hold it. Was it Gumshoe? Who was that? Oh. Come on, Judge G. Things were just getting good. Fender. Are you objecting to my adjourning the session? No. Would have shouted objection if I wanted to do that. You do you, G. Adjourn, don't adjourn, whatever floats your boat.
What are you doing, Mr. Fender?
Don't worry about what I'm doing. Let's just all take a chill pill, shall we? By which I mean, a square of chocolatey goodness, anyone? Are you trying to get yourself charged with contempt of court? No, my bad. I just had a quick request to make is all. As Simeon Saint's lawyer, that is. Yes, I had forgotten that you were his real attorney, Mr. Fender. How could you? You're killing me here.
Can you blame us? You've been making Mr. Edgeworth do everything this whole time.
You're right, you are, which is why I figured it's time to put in some work. Work, you say? Somehow I don't believe you've worked a day in your life. Then let's say this is me doing some prep work for the upcoming trial. Mind if I question the witness? Now, amusing, but what is there left to ask? I've got a feeling in my funny bone that Thieves here, Thieves, has something more to tell us about the killer. He's trying to coax Warden Lagarde into giving something away. Ask yourself, why would she go through all the trouble of sending Knight's body on such an odd journey? It's because she wanted to frame Mr. Canis.
She did? No way.
If he was convicted of committing murder here, that could have been grounds for a transfer to another prison. Most likely a more secure facility.
And where he'd be out of her hair forever, huh?
Precisely. She saw her opportunity and seized it.
No, Saint can't not be the killer. That's not fair. I was all ready to prosecute him.
I know, right? But maybe we should find out what she thinks first. Don't want to get the wrong guy, yeah?
Nice. Now Mr. Winter has to go along with it too.
Well, Warden, are you happy to testify further? Evidently not. Of course. How could I refuse this silver-tongued devil? Eddykins, you have such a way with words. Just do my job, thief. Besides, one can't tell the truth without telling the whole truth, can one? I'm simply dying to tell. Verity, darling, do say you'll let me. As you wish. Court is unadjourned.
I can't believe you pulled that off, Miss Defender.
Ugh, me neither. Thank you for the timely intervention. Hey, it's the least I could do. Kay's not wrong. I've been leaning on you hard. And besides, the defense never rests. Am I right? Am I right? What in the Gen Z slang is this? Simeon's depending on us. Sadly, I think I just about exhausted my reserves of cool lawyer chat there, and we can't foul us up now. Which means you're up to bat, Miles McSmiles. Show him that never rests spirit. I shall. Fabulous! Then let's get started. I really don't think anyone could have done it but that dreadful man, Canis. There's no telling what went on between him and the victim. Perhaps he simply took a disliking to him. He's certainly the type. But whatever the sordid details, it was him. He stabbed that poor man to death. The sordid details? And then he had his dog dispose of the body. That simply has to be what happened. Blah blah, terrible disservice, okay. Yes, you killed him. I suppose you could put it that way. She admitted it! Pack it up, GG's, go home. Oh yeah, I'm bad at my job, so he died. Womp womp. Perhaps simply took a disliking, blah blah blah, whatever. Sordid details. Tell me about these sordid details.
Hold it.
Does she know anything? Maybe she can say something that isn't public? Couldn't turn his head to the right. You seem keen for us to think you don't know much about Night. That's because I didn't, sweetie, and the victim was simply a fun target to that monster, nothing more. I expect Canis used the chisel that was hidden. How did you know that? She literally just said she didn't know much, and then, what do you mean chisel in the chess set? How did she know? Did we ever tell her? Thank you for your thoughts. They were very helpful. Actually, I'd like to hear about them in a little more detail, if you don't mind. Oh, don't look so nervous, darling. I'm only teasing. Of course we can talk about them some more.
Hold it.
And which chess set would that be, precisely? Why, the one the victim brought in, sweetie. Do try to keep up. The victim was a certified chess fanatic, or so I'm led to believe. What? How did she, what? That's not... Why did she think this? Oh, it's because she was reading the mail. Wait, I don't get it. how did she know that he was the one that Canis was having like the correspondence chess with?
Objection!
Warden Lagarde, you strike me as being more careful than the image you project suggests. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, please call me Fifi or Sweetie Pie if you prefer. However, I think you may have been a little less careful than you realize in this instance. Aren't you just the most adorable little creature? Don't be embarrassed. We're all family here. No.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't let her get inside your head.
You said earlier that you didn't know much about Knight. In which case, I find it rather strange that you know about the chisel. Oh, well, of course I do, darling. Do you think we don't check prisoners when they come in?
Objection!
But he's not the one who brought it in.
Objection!
She's cooked. She cooked herself. Did she tell anyone? She did not. Oh, uh-oh. It's Lagarde over. If no one leaked our findings, then how exactly did you learn about the chisel, Warden Lagarde? Because it certainly couldn't have been when you checked Knight or Mr. Saint on their arrival. Indeed, such a thing would imply an intentional oversight if it had been found, yet let through. Precisely, so Warden Lagarde, and answer truthfully this time. Where and when did you learn about the chess set? Oh. I submit that you... Alright, darling, there's no need to rub it in. You got me, alright? I questioned Knight. That was when I learned about the chess set. But please, you have to believe me. I did not kill him. One moment, Warden. This is a one moment, Warden. This is a significant development. The court requests that you make a detailed statement on the record. Any objections, Mr. Edgeworth? None, Your Honor. Okay. Testify. I said I questioned Knight, but it wasn't anything serious, you understand. I make a point of talking to every newcomer to our little home. Knight was no different. We just had a little chat, you might call it. And after we talked, I had him taken back to his cell straight away. So, it was simply a conversation with a new detainee? That seems entirely above board? Exactly, Verity, darling. I knew you'd understand.
Objection!
Well, I don't. What proof do you have to back up your statement? I suppose we shall see, shan't we? Mr. Edgeworth, you may begin your cross-examination. Talking to every newcomer. Night was no different. We just had a little chat. Okay, a little chat. How was he when you spoke with him? Oh, he was so open and honest, darling.
What?
That guy? Honest? He was talking about one croissant and promoting a pawn? A prawn? I suppose he must have been hungry. Is this meant to be en passant? And like pawn promotion, like to a queen or a knight or whatever. That's goofy. Yeah, Edgeworth, okay, damn, I get it. You know what en passant is. En croissant. It seems he spared no one from his obsession with chess. See, I don't really know what en passant is. I would only know to recognize it if I'm playing a long game on online chess and I click on the pawn and then there's a dot. Like, that's like, oh, you can take this opposing pawn en passant. Other than that, don't know how it works.
Hold it!
If he really had gone back to his cell, he would still be alive today. You really think I murdered the poor man right there in my office, don't you? But what would my motive have been, darling? I told you I barely knew him. I'm no angel. I have my grudges against Canis, but Knight had nothing to do with that animal. Oh, no. You think they played chess together, right? Or you know they play chess together. Not you think, sorry. You know they play chess together. So, did she think that it was something more? I mean, she clearly doesn't know what chess is because of one croissant and promoting a prawn, so... Oh, not this. Oops. Chess?
Objection! Objection!
Oh! I imagine you watch his every move like a hawk. Or rather, I imagine you feel that doing so is your only option.
If she wants to find out who his cronies are, right?
Personally, interrogating your own prisoners is highly irregular to say the least. But as you said, Mr. Canis had threatened you. He put your precious home at risk. That's why you took it upon yourself to question him. You wanted to find out who his dogs were.
And so what if I did?
You also told us you read his letters. Which means you must have known about one key fact. You knew he was playing correspondence chess. And then who should appear but Knight, carrying with him a diagram of a very particular game. We ourselves used that diagram to infer a connection between the two men. And it seems you came to the same conclusion. But in your fear, you took your reasoning one step further. You surmised that Knight was Mr. Canis's henchman sent to kill you. Oh, okay, so she preemptively did self-defense. Nice. The classic. Which is the real reason she had that chat with the Bronxter. If his boss wouldn't crack, maybe he would. And when you questioned Knight, you made another discovery. For there inside his chess set, you found a hidden chisel.
The murder weapon itself.
As far as you were concerned, that chisel meant one thing, Canis. Thus, you convinced yourself that Knight was working for Canis, and that is why you killed him. That's tough. Justifiable self-defense rush. She pre-moved the self-defense murder. That's... Ugh. You do hate to see it. I see you have no more excuses. Judge Gavel, your verdict, please.
Much as it grieves me, there would appear to be little room for doubt. I hereby give my verdict. Bronco Knight was murdered by...
Why? In the name of the goddess of justice. Who is it this time? Oh. This poor fox thing. Warden? It's a joke. It's all a big stupid joke. You people just don't get it, do you? I think we've proven that it's you who didn't understand things correctly. Me? Please, darling. I understand it all perfectly well. Thank you very much. And I understand that there's a glaring contradiction in your theory, Mr. Edgeworth. Heh. You're just grasping at straws now. I have no time for this. Your Honor, the verdict.
Overruled.
I am curious to hear what the warden has to say. What? You're a dull, Verity. I just have one last thing to say. Then Mr. Edgeworth can declare himself the winner. He's like a fucking Pokemon trainer. You say the word winner and he perks up. Autopsy report. Oh wait, I haven't even read the updated version yet. Sorry, 1 second. "3 a.m. and 6 a.m. on the 27th, instant death from stab wound to neck." That's right, and I was listening to what you told us about it, Verity, even if no one else was. You said the wound was 4 inches deep. 4 inches? Wait. Riddle me this, Mr. Edgeworth. How does a tiny chisel make a 4-inch wound? Forgive me, oh goddess, I came perilously close to making a terrible mistake. Looks like your theory is the one that doesn't hold water, Edgeworth. What now,
Oh, what do we do?
Hey, it'll be fine. Mr. Edgeworth always come through. Right, sir? What? Looks to me like the Mausertron's out of commission. You're an attorney too, aren't you? Why don't you do something? Turn things on their head with a desperate bluff. Yeah, rotate your thinking about. Blurt out the first mind-blowing thing that comes to you. I love Gumshoe. The Phoenix Wright playbook. Look, detective, I'm as much of a man of action as the next guy. But without evidence, we're up a creek without a paddle here. This might be the end of the road.
We can't give up now. We have to do something.
Are we rotating our thinking about? I'm certain that Warden Lagarde is the killer. You're taking the challenge to explain en passant as simply as possible. It's like when your pawn is close to the second to last row. No, when your pawn is on the 4th row from the other end, maybe, and then one of the pawns in the column to your left or to your right moves forward 2 spaces such that it is next to you, then you can move diagonally in its direction to the square that is like 1 up and 1 to the side from you, and then you can eat them. Is that how it works? But like only in the next move. Other than that, you can't do en passant anymore? Wait, is that actually right? Nice. I think my fiance's explained it to me once, and I also like it when Levi Rosman from Gotham Chess screams like en passant or like the rook. Nice. Pog. If the chisel wasn't the murder weapon, what other bladed weapon is there is held in the facility? Don't have all the answers. Blah blah blah.
Objection!
Objection! Aw, come on, G. You're just giving the killer a chance to destroy the evidence. Are you calling the judicial process into question, Mr. Fender? Nope, not me, nuh-uh. I tried, Miles. Any bright ideas? What is the real murder weapon, since it's clearly not the chisel? Confound it. This question throws everything we've deduced out the window. Nothing to add, Mr. Edgeworth. Allow me to remind you that claims not supported by sufficient evidence are subject to the harshest penalties. Forced move en passant. Yeah, no, literally, you two. Literally like that. There's only one situation where a pawn can avoid the danger of an enemy pawn by choosing to move 2 spaces. On the next turn, only the enemy player may choose to capture as though it only moved 1 space. Yes. Okay. Which is really funny. Like, you wanted to move past the pawn that is in the row that is 2 in front of your row of pawns, and then you just can't. Like, you get eaten anyways. That is just very tragic. It's hopeless. I can't think of anything. I need more time. Loath as I am to admit it,
You can't give up now. Remember what Mr. Fender said. Simeon's counting on us. Without us, he's... Remember how upset he was? He was devastated.
It's a balance issue. Pawns are supposed to be slow-moving walls, and skipping past them is an exploit. Oh, okay. I see. So it's like the devs are patching this one particular bug.
There's no way he did it, but if we can't save him, who will? And what's more, he believes in us. He's sitting in that cell waiting for us to bring him some good news. And I, for one, won't walk away until we have some.
Okay. Oh my god, it's been 4 hours already. This case 2 has been 8 hours long almost. When you picture yourself on the ropes, think of your client, picturing them pleading with you to help them. Doesn't that make you want to fight back as hard as you can until the very end? Think of your old man, good old Gregory. No matter how bad things looked, he'd always find a way to turn it around and rotate it about and save his client. Gotta prevent cold bonds from clipping through the geometry. Real, like in Super Mario Odyssey when you just ground pound into a wall and fall through the map. And you're just like him, right? If there's any way to force a turnabout here, you're the one who'll find it. Simeon's counting on you. Judge Gavel. You seem to have recovered your composure, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you mean to attempt a defense, I would advise you to consider the ramifications. You have repeatedly proposed misguided theories and have made numerous false accusations. Absol is a BLJ! I don't know enough about Super Mario 64 speedrunning, unfortunately, to confirm whether or not that's true, but if that's the case, that's very funny. If you do so again, I will have no choice but to judge you unfit to serve as a prosecutor, and relieve you of your badge for good. She's right. I have to put forward a number of theories that prove to be flawed in one way or another. Have I made some sort of fundamental oversight? She said my theories were misguided. Sir, what does the game want? The weapon is wrong. My theories weren't misguided. I was being misled.
Objection!
I'd like to remind you of a few things. The sighting of his dog, Helmut, the fact that he wasn't at the show, these and other factors made Mr. Canis the obvious suspect at first.
Hold it!
But what if the real killer wanted us to suspect Mr. Canis? What if it was all carefully arranged? And what if the same was true of the chisel, our purported murder weapon? Knight had been stabbed multiple times in the same place with a bladed instrument. What if he was stabbed with the chisel after the real murder weapon had been removed? Just leave traces of blood on it for us to find. That was how the killer misled us into thinking the chisel is the murder weapon. But why mislead us in this way? Why indeed? Why make us think the chisel is the murder weapon rather than what was really used? Because she wants to get Canis out of here. Oh, new music. Warden, you took advantage of what the chisel seemed to suggest.
Hold it!
Mr. Winner, if I were to tell you the murder weapon was a chisel, what would you think? Huh? Oh, that Mr. Canis is the killer? And there you have it. That was the trap the warden set for us.
Oh, Mr. Canis has a bunch of chisels, so she wanted us to think it was one of his, right?
Indeed, that was her plan right from the start. To frame Bodhidharma Canis. No evidence. The real murder weapon that we now know must exist.
Objection!
If we could just find the real murder weapon.
Objection!
How many times do we have to go over this? We searched the prison from top to bottom.
Eustace is quite correct. No other possible murder weapon has been found, so I'm afraid you're at a bit of an impasse.
Objection!
I can still prove my case yet, Your Honor, because it's still here inside this prison. This would have made sure of that.
The security gate.
I am glad you at least remember what it is. And do you remember what it does?
Of course I do. I'm not an idiot. The security gate detects metal.
Which means you can't bring anything metal into the prison or take it out. Oh! You know what? Is this Eustace Winter character development? He remembered that the security gate detects metal. I wouldn't go so far as to say he's not an idiot yet, but you know, like, he might get there. Like, in 2 cases, he might get there. Learning on the job. Definitely when I started working, I didn't know shit about, like, anything. So, you know, I'm here for the Eustace Winter character development. Precisely, if there's another murder weapon, it cannot have been taken off the premises. But nor can it have been brought into the prison in the first place. Did the alligator eat it? And so we find ourselves right back where we began. Judge Gavell? What I am trying to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth, is that if you wish me to believe there's another murder weapon here in the prison, you will also have to explain to me how it got here. Okay, we know that the chisel was smuggled into the prison via a pocket chess set. But our contention is that the chisel is not the real murder weapon. So if the weapon came from outside the facility, then there must be a way to bring it in. One day Eustace will become as great as Maya. I have faith in him. How did the weapon Lagarde used get into the prison? Borrowed evidence from the police to help with the investigation. Everything related to Canis is here now. The fact that this is here shows us how a bladed object could have been brought in as well. Bell attached to knife.
Take that!
Knife? It was knife. The alligator ate the knife? I love this game. That's so goofy. Oh, I autoplayed for too long. Sorry. So you see, there's a way for objects to be brought into the prison unscrutinized. As a part of the evidence that she borrowed from the police. His knife was a part of the evidence in the case against him, so it was brought here to the prison, and the knife had a certain bell attached to it, which is the bell that was attached to the chisel. Easy enough to explain if the killer wore gloves. She made it look as if the chisel was the murder weapon and then attached the bell to it. In doing so, she made sure that all the evidence pointed to Mr. Canis, and who had access to the evidence from which the bell was taken. Why, only the person to whom it had been entrusted. Who was it, sir? Who's been messing with the evidence? I believe that would be you. Isn't that correct, Warden Lagarde? But bells aren't exactly rare, you know. Anybody could have set that up. Not these bells. It says in the item description that there's only 2 of them in the world. These particular bells are unique because there are only 2 of them in existence. What? By attaching that bell to the chisel, you as good as declared yourself the killer. That's a monumental throw. But you don't have any proof that the knife was ever even here to begin with. I don't, not yet anyway. Mr. Winter, I'd like you to order another search of the prison right away. Huh? Oh, but if you do find something, that's going to make things awkward for me. This isn't about what's convenient for you. We have to find the truth. You're a prosecutor, aren't you? Well, yeah, but, you know. This worthless excuse for a prosecutor. If I had investigative authority, I wouldn't be sitting on it. Anyhow, it's not my decision to make. The warden would have to authorize it. You know full well that she will do no such thing. You have the power to insist on a search. Use it. Sorry, darling, but not without that evidence. The goddess of justice cannot bestow her blessings on those who lack the proof to support their claims. Our work here is done. The rest of this matter will have to be settled in the courtroom. Edgeworth, you know it's time. Present alligator. It's right there. Because he's standing, what, here? So the alligator's like here. Just point your finger down and to the right. Trust. I have to object. I have to stop them. But what do I say? I don't have anything concrete to offer. What am I thinking? I'm never this reckless. I can't back down now. I've got to put everything on the line. Metal detector to the alligator. On God, on God. Object! His smug face! I suppose this must be how a certain serial bluffer always feels. Regardless, I cannot walk away.
Objection!
Wait, Your Honor. This had better be good, Mr. Edgeworth. I've got it. Got what exactly? The real murder weapon, of course. I know where Mr. Canis's knife is.
Do you really, Mr. Edgeworth?
I do. Not at all. If I did not know better, I would say that you were bluffing. Ha, you wound me, Your Honor. I don't know the meaning of the word. This is terrible for my heart.
There's no way you could. It's not here, I tell you.
Well, would you be so kind as to enlighten us? Where is the real murder weapon? Somewhere not even the police would search. A blind spot in the zoo. A hiding place that the warden could be absolutely sure of. A hiding place. Oh, the chisel was in the dog's mouth. Okay, the video game kind of just tells you. That's very sad. But, alright. Alligator. There's the faintest possibility I'm right, but if I'm wrong, we stand to lose anything. Or everything. Good thing we're in this ridiculous universe.
Take that!
Yes, it's here in the yard. I even pointed at the correct place in the yard where the pool is.
Take that!
Of course, that's what it must have been. Beep, 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 beep. The metal detector was reacting to something inside her after all. Your Honor, I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence. The chisel.
Didn't we just figure it out that it's not the murder weapon?
You might recall that Candace hid the chisel in the dog's mouth. Would you believe that the real murder weapon was hidden in much the same way? Oh, that's right. The murder weapon is hidden inside the alligator in that pond over there. This game! Oh, man. This game's so stupid. I love it so much. We detected the presence of a metallic object during our investigation earlier. Judge Gavelle, we need to know what's inside that alligator. Understood. Then we will need to summon a veterinarian.
I'm sure I could get the little sweetie to open up for us. I'd be happy to give it a try.
Please, by all means. Regina actually useful? Warden Lagarde, the real murder weapon is about to be revealed. Why not do the right thing and confess? I have nothing to confess. As you wish, then you can simply wait and watch as your lies are exposed. Sir, we got it.
This has to be it.
It's over, Fifi Lagarde. The real murder weapon was Bodhidharma Canis' knife, making you the only person who could have killed Bronco Knight. I'm not the criminal here. This is all Canis' doing. I did the right thing. Canis was a threat. Knight was a threat. He was Canis' lapdog. Curse that despicable man, Canis. Why did he have to come and ruin my perfect little home? We could have been happy forever if it wasn't for him. He ruined my paradise on Earth. He ruined everything. Curse him. Curse that pitiless butcher. That awful, terrible, despicable man. Curse him. Oh. Oh! They were all those wolf things. That's funny. And underneath she's wearing prison garb. Prosecutor, the winner, sir. The test results have just come back. The winner? I guess we've all been under a lot of stress. Traces of Bronco Knight's blood were found on Mr. Canis' knife. Just like you said, sir. Congratulations on a stunning victory. Yup, it was all Eustace. All Eustace.
Thank you, officer. Excellent work. You can continue complimenting me if you like.
Yes, sir. The winner wins again. I think I'm rolling up a little with rage. Excellent work, Eustace. Just a few loose ends to tie up and we're done.
Huh? What are you talking about? I just solved the case, didn't I?
We have yet to confirm whether or not Knight really was working for Mr. Canis. It will be vital to know if Warden Lagarde was simply jumping to conclusions on that front.
Huh? Huh?
There's Clueless, and then there's you.
Well, then I guess we'd better get back to our investigation. Alright, officer, you're with me. You're about to see the winner win a lot more. Prepare to witness first-rate investigative talent in action. Okay, bro. It's winning time! I love it when Eustace Winner said it's winning time and just won all over him, I guess. I expect this case will cause quite a stir. The attempted murder of a president is news enough, and now his would-be assassin has been murdered. But Knight never sought to kill the president in the first place. The truth is not always as important as it might seem, Mr. Edgeworth, in the eyes of both society and the law. How can you even say that?
You did not have to believe me. However, as a prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth is obliged to accept that this is the reality of the world he operates in. Being a prosecutor is about more than proving people guilty. That's what I believe. We are all free to believe as we choose, but the law is not to be toyed with for our own personal goals. If you refuse to accept this, then you must prepare to suffer the consequences. How is finding the truth our own personal goal? What is going on with you? She's not gonna take his. I'm afraid I must be going now. Farewell, Mr. Edgeworth. I don't like her dress. I don't like the way the fabric drapes. It's just not right. Judge Gavelle is right. There must be only one set of laws for everyone. But if following the law means sacrificing the truth, can I really do that in good conscience? Oh, he's okay. Hi, Simeon. Everything's okay, they let him out, yeah, blah blah blah. He's free to go. So I guess making sure that you get the right guy is a part of a prosecutor's job. Okay, Regina. Mr. Saint talking directly to me, small victories, I suppose. One question. I thought Bronco was my friend. Oh, my best friend. I trusted him, but now...
But now,
Well, it's just I never knew. I never would have believed that he could hate somebody enough to want to kill him. If he kept something like that from me, then he never really trusted me.
of course he trusted you.
I could have told him that hate never helps, that he had to let go of all that stuff. Should show him the thing that proves Knight trusted him. Well, he asked you to bring the chess set.
Take that!
The chess set that he brought. Knight had hidden a chisel inside. I imagine he meant to use it to escape. No, he believed in you. He knew he could count on you to bring it, and that you would never be so untrusting as to look inside. But yes, also he was using you. Like, these are both true, but like... But, you know. After your homie kills a guy, trust is not the biggest issue. Yeah, I agree. I imagine that by not telling you, he was hoping he could keep you from getting caught up in his mess. Edgeworth, what? If he wanted to prevent this man from being caught up in the mess, then he shouldn't have asked him to bring the fucking chess set. His EQ is as low as mine. That's just tough. Uncle, why didn't you tell me?
At least you understand now, right, Simeon? I'm sure he does. He may not show it, but Simeon's no dummy. A good night's sleep and he'll be completely over this whole thing by tomorrow.
That's not as complimentary as you think it is. Okay, you have fun doing that, Simeon Saint. Almost forgot. Doing a new show soon. Okay. Very big circus. Oh, is that Maximilian Galactica? Nice. The biggest, most fabulous event in town.
You'll have oodles of fun.
Do you think that they went out of business after, like, the whole debacle with Trucy and the Gramarys went down? Like, Very Big Circus definitely lost all of their market share, right? Okay, we have to go to the circus. Well, I'll think about it.
Alright, Simeon, we've got some training to do. I think it's time you and Regent got acquainted.
Regent, the tiger... Oh. You'll never meet a nicer kitty cat. What happened to that one lion that bit that one guy? Ace Attorney... Lion. What was its name? Leon. Was it Leon the lion? Wait, the wiki says the lion's dead. Oh, the ringmaster shot the lion. Right, after it bit down on Bat's head. That makes sense. Oh, and she was upset about it, and then... Oh god, that case. So now she's friends with Regent the tiger instead. Okay, well, another satisfied customer. Well, that was really something, Smiles. Talk about pulling it out of the bag. Okay, thank you, Fender. We did good teamwork. It was poggers. To be an attorney. He had fun. Like Gregory was standing right there beside me. It's like a zillion years since I felt this warm and fuzzy on the job. Oh, okay, that's good. Bittersweet, I'm not sure. Say, Miles, you ever thought about going into the defense game full-time? Excuse me? Probably, like, not since he was 10. You know, pick up where Gregory left off, get out there and actually help people. Wait, no, I lied. During his Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth True's death era, when he was, like, off gallivanting about Europe, engaging in, like, therapy and culture instead of, you know, being a prosecutor, he probably thought about whether or not he was going to go be a defense attorney, but since then, probably hasn't thought about it very much. Why not? Coming over to the light side's all the rage. Everyone's doing it these days. What in the Star Wars is this? Okay, well, team says no. Not a perfectly innocent question. Fender, I am a prosecutor. Yup, and I'm an attorney. You could be one too. I'm serious. Well, I've said my piece. You change your mind, you know who to call. I'll be waiting. Bye! Oh my god, it has been 4 hours. And 15 minutes. Follow in my father's footsteps. I guess we could think about it. Could I really do such a thing? Oh, baby! Young Edgeworth was like, I'm gonna become a defense attorney, just like my dad. Oh, is this what he looked like? An attorney like my father. Me? Oh, that's it. That's the end. Okay, let's preview the next case just really quickly, just like a minute. Just for fun. Oh! This one. Something about legacy? Wait, that's the dad! That's the dad on the cover. Are we gonna play as Gregory Edgeworth? Turnabout Legacy. Your 3 p.m. cake extravaganza. Wait.
And Judy's Bake and Bow.
That's horrifying. Macarons, waffles with cream, chiffon cakes that are as light as a dream.
Laugh and sing, smile, it's true. All that sweetness waiting for you.
The oven's got something special to this is so cute. This is so adorable! It's cooking time. Are you ready to make something special together? Okay, so this was what, like 15 years ago? No. More than that. Like almost 20 years ago at this point. Is that baby Fender? I'm going back there tomorrow with your boy. I'm finally going to find out what happened 18 years ago. Is this the case that he was up against Von Karma in and then got Von Karma cooked? Oh god, it was yesterday. Oh no. I'm just so slightly behind. Oof. So this is in the present day, right? Because it's still like March, April-ish. But this is also related to the case that like Von Karma got that one thing, like that one strike in his record that he couldn't bear and then murdered the dad for. Something like that. Let's raid Cloud. They are drawing. It has been a really long time. My fiance was like, don't go to sleep too late, and unfortunately, I'm an idiot. So, well, you know, these things happen. It's almost 11:30. I'm gonna leave. Bye. Thank you for watching. Have a good night.